really placed awkwardly, but it's on d1. But you usually play knight d5, take, you sacrifice, and then you play bishop g5. And then I wanted to use the same motif.
Right.
And then I was not sure.
b5.
b5. Oh my god. And then that will have knight c6.
Well,
okay.
You've got a lot of things which are possible.
Oh god.
Bishop takes c7, maybe.
But
or even knight
but if you want to play knight e5 then, yes? Or what?
No. Maybe you can even play knight takes b5 there. You've got a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, so you can see how quickly this position can become chaotic. So
well, that's far too complicated for us poor commentators with a lot of games to analyze. So let's move on from that.
But Radoslav didn't accept this gift and he played e6.
Yeah, because he's basically saying your bishop is on the wrong square now. If I'm not going to accept this, your bishop is misplaced.
But should we continue then, and can we transpose? Can we play c4 here, Nigel?
Well, you can, but I think the bishop is misplaced.
Yeah.
That's you can, and probably you should.
Or rook e1. There's just...
Black will play bishop e7, castle, and then complete his developments.
C4,
bishop e7,
but
let's say
then
knight
knight
c3, I'll castle. It just feels a bit funny. The bishop on a4 seems a bit strangely placed. And black can even play knight b6 now. I mean, obviously it's white's move, but... knight b6 can be considered just to say that your bishop is misplaced.
Nigel, and in order to finish the overview of this peculiar opening, so Radoslav's reaction is completely justified.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just not having any of it. He doesn't want to be bothered about this. Maybe it's a little bit like I seem to remember some old story on Petrosyan where somebody sacrificed something against him, and he, after a long think, and then he just declined it immediately on trust. And of course, when you spent 50 minutes considering some complicated sacrifice, and your opponent just ignores it and plays a perfectly sensible move, whether or not accepting it was good, then you can feel a bit deflated from that.
Of course, and actually Magnus goes for c4, Nigel. This will be okay. It could have been a very tactical, sharp game, but probably he's going
he'll put his
battle
bishop back on c2. So it's some sort of...
What is important is, I agree with you, that Radoslav didn't spend much time on it.
Yeah.
So he took the decision, especially
practical decision.
Yes.
Yeah. Just say, okay, Magnus, you've played chess before. I realize you're not a complete pantser, so I'm not going to waste my time, with it. I mean, there may be an element of bluff. I mean, Magnus is not above partial bluffs. I mean, he's never going to play anything completely unsound, especially not in the opening. But he could play something which is a bit speculative, and he does.
Well, he evaluates it very well.
Yeah, I mean, he plays suboptimal moves, which he knows, because the optimal moves are always number one when you're looking at the engine. And so he's looking very often further down for interesting ideas, which are perhaps players have not given sufficient attention to.
And also where the margin of error is much bigger, I think.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to say is probably I was thinking what would MVL do in this position, and I think that he would take the pawn.
Yeah, because he's a hungry boy. He's a growing lad.
So we will come back to this game. We will see what happened. For the moment, we think that it will be positional strategical battle.
Yeah.
So let's get to the game of Peter Swidler, as we wanted to do so at the beginning. So another Grunfeld.
Do you like the Grunfeld?
Well, I never played it, and actually I have to admit that it has always been very difficult for me to understand these structures, because I didn't want to go for, especially when you had at the time to play the structures with knight c6, knight a5, and giving up the center. So, of course, the theory has evolved since, and you have so many forced draws. But that's also what I didn't like about the opening anymore.
I wanted to say this is a sort of philosophical discussion about the Grunfelds. I remembered once talking to Malcolm Payne about this, and he English international master, Mr. Chess in England, organizer, writer, lots and lots of other things, delegate of the English Chess Federation, runner of charities, everything, anything chess he does. And he played the Grunfeld all his life, and his feeling was that with the advent of engines, that the Grunfeld would be shown to be a dubious opening. In fact, it's gone exactly the opposite way. That the stronger the engines, the more resources Black seems to have. So,
but the
possibly at one time it was considered to be maybe, slightly risky, conceding the center like that, combative. But now it's just absolutely mainline, respectable opening. And as you say, sometimes when the theory ends in the Grunfeld, the game ends as well, because there are things which are played out like this. So,
I think that Peter Swidler knows these positions so well. He plays this opening his whole life. But the thing is, as in MVL's case, it's very easy to target your preparation in Grunfeld, because all you have to do is to repeat your lines for 6 hours before this game. So for White, it's much easier to prepare. They choose a specific line. It could be like even a half idea in it, but you will have to remember it sometimes till the move 30.
Yes.
So that's one of the drawbacks of this opening. During the modern era,
it's not for everyone. The opening. I basically used it in one important match against John Spielman, candidates match, and I worked hard. But I don't like testing my memory on things. I could do that. The only reason I did it because I knew that John hated testing his memory even more than I did. So, and probably didn't even know the theory in the first place, which is more to the point.
But did you like the character of the positions?
No, it's absolutely not my opening. I don't, because it's too fluid. The pawn structures are very, very fluid, and it's difficult to understand. So there's a lot of rote memorization, as you say. So
that's the position
on the
board.
What's the bishop doing on b5? That these are always the questions that I'm asking.
Well,
that's basically provoking a6, which is a weakness. That's what you're hoping.
It gave check on the first hand, so somehow the exchange was made on e5, yes, so then you will always have an extra tempo by playing f4. some point. So bishop b3, and Nikita Vitigov is thinking. He didn't spend time at all in the opening, and we have
he's got this. And I think one of the points of this is just by my limited understanding of the opening, that it's this threat to the c pawn is a little bit disturbing. It's not that easy for him to deal with that.
So what
b6 is conceding the c6 square here. So he's kind of played it in a slightly funny way. What's the theory on this?
Yes, I will have to find out, because you were right. Bishop b5 is, quite an interesting continuation, but I wanted to find out. Okay, bishop g4 was probably premature, and okay, that's the position on the board. And bishop b3.
So somebody's mentioning that they used to be seconds to one another, these two. So they know each other.
Of course, they know each other
very, very well. So
not many games have been played. That's why actually we were not so familiar with this structure with bishop b5.
And Peter Svidler does. He does like to have things well worked out beforehand.
Well,
sometimes you can get caught out with this. I'm just talking about the value or not of taking some very strong player as a second. You may recall that at some point Garry Kasparov took Vladimir Kramnik as a second. Now, Garry Kasparov got the advantage of understanding how Vladimir Kramnik thought. But who came out better from that exchange of ideas? Yes, they both found out more about each other. But Kramnik, the pupil, I think, benefited much more than Garry did. And of course, when it came to the World Championship in 2000, Kasparov was not even able to win a single game.
Okay. Sorry, just because I had a question for the audience, but before I wanted also to explain a little bit this position, because we were wondering what was the idea behind bishop b5, because what I wanted to say that d5, of course, is a rare variation. The idea behind this move is the following, that, quite a while ago, even Garry Kasparov was facing this line with black against Jan Timman, and what Jan Timman chose, he played this, and bishop a3.
Yes.
So, okay. This is actually one of the ideas of the opening.
This is known. This is this sort of position, and they're just analysed out. These particular lines.
And recently, of course, the main line goes as bishop b3.
Yes.
So bishop g4, and you also take here.
Okay.
So you transpose to this type of structure.
But no big deal. Again, they're analysed to death.
And that's why Peter is surprised.
These are like very well chewed pieces of meat. They've been munched and munched and munched again. And he's gone for something with a bit of juice in it.
So bishop, d5 takes, and d5 95 takes. So very few games that I found went bishop h6, but these are games played by amateurs. So bishop b3 appears to be a very important novelty.
What is the response to bishop h6?
Well, I didn't want even to. Normally, you would play bishop g7. So.
But that looks.
Or I'm not sure that you would take the pawn on c3. because
No, not taking. Well, one could.
yes, one could. Of course, there are 3 moves possible. You can play bishop g7. You can take on c3. You can even play a6.
Yeah,
So
you could do that.
A lot of possibilities.
Yeah, and that is quite a decent exchange sacrifice.
So
I would be happy to give up that.
And Peter looks puzzled. Yes, so he thinks about bishop b3. The rook is not attacked. So should I take the pawn?
Right.
So let's just analyze a little
rook
bit.
c1.
Rook c1
And where goest thou?
Where goes thou? Maybe on d4.
Yeah, but then you're just worse. I mean, then you've just got a clear disadvantage there. I'll take that. And I'm taking on d4.
It reminds me of the game played by Alexander Grishuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi. But the rook was not on c1, and here you're already at tempo.
We've got all our pieces.
You wanted to
now play d6, and you'll resign.
Yes, because in that position...
These sort of structures are, okay, they can be played, but you just lost way too much time, and I've got all my pieces well played. Having extra pawns in the center of the board is sometimes a clear advantage.
Of course.
It's like we forget this because it's a Grunfeld, and usually you can't make anything of it. But that variation which you just showed is a prime example of the rolling center pawns being a massive asset.
Yes.
So just e5, d6, rook behinds, push the pawn to d7, and then d8 equals queen, and black resigns. That's how the game goes.
So maybe bishop b3, he should consider some... it's not so easy to consider.
All right, Almira, we've had a quick look. We've got a lot of games. Let's hop around. We've got...
you have, you wanted?
Yeah, well, that's... how did we get this? Why did we get this?
Before we get to the opening of this game, I wanted to greet, of course, everyone in the audience, in the chat, and we had one question for you. Who would you put your money on? Who would you bet on? Who would qualify for the next round?
Oh, right.
So, for the moment, we're accepting bets. So please share your share your wishes, or simply who are you supporting during this round. So, the 4 knights once again. So everyone is going for this opening.
Yes.
Do you remember, Nigel? I was explaining it to you.
You explained it to me a couple of days ago, Almira, and I learned an awful lot.
And actually what I forgot, because we went for the most important line, I said that it was very important to play queen c7, queen b6.
You mentioned that last time. You did mention that.
But I didn't say why, because before the theory was so developed, actually they were going for this variation.
Yes.
But somehow...
And why is that bad? Explain that.
Well, it's not bad. It's just that it gives a certain edge,
How?
white. So,
How?
Like, normally you would go for this, I think.
And
I don't even remember.
And
wait
then
a second.
takes, and then queen takes.
Yes, no, wait
F4.
a second. I have to remember this because I have analyzed this for ages. They somehow switched to...
Queen d3 or something.
Maybe queen d3, yes, you're absolutely right. So
it's
knight
normal
d3.
chess.
Queen d3, and then, yes, your knight taken here would simply develop the rook.
Yeah.
And you have all the controls.
And we're controlling everything. The knight is excellently placed.
I haven't analyzed this for 15 years. So black switched rather quickly to bishop b4. So king e2, f5.
Yes.
E takes f6. So, here, a very important moment. So Maxim doesn't go for the main line. You remember Yesipenko won the perfect game after knight f2.
I do recall that.
So knight f2, bishop a6, and king f3.
So that's all happened.
No, Maxim went e takes f6.
I went e6.
Yes,
so why didn't he do this?
Well, I think he had maybe a novelty in store.
Oh, right,
Let's have a look. So knight f6, bishop e3 here.
Yeah.
It's important intermezzo, so you chase the queen away while the knight is still here.
This is a known line, of course,
Yes,
with
so,
knight d6, yeah.
Yes, queen. I think even Harriet Hunt played it against me.
Yeah.
So she.
Why are you laughing? Harriet Hunt's a very good player.
No, because that's why. That's why it was such a lesson that I remember.
Yeah.
I remember she played the perfect game with white. So queen d6, bishop b7, king d1, c5. You sacrifice the pawn, but for example, if you take it with bishop, then you always have these ideas. And queen c5 takes, but then you activate your bishop by playing bishop e4. So bishop e2, d6, queen d4, and castle. Okay, now we have to examine our ruins.
But this is very, very typical, isn't it, for MVL?
Mm-hmm.
He is a crass materialist. There is something of it's the Bobby Fischer part. You know, Bobby Fischer was actually a pretty greedy player. You know, if there was a pawn there, he would take it because, you know, it gives him chances to win in the long run. And that is, MVL has that. He also has tremendous confidence in his own ability to calculate well. And with good reason. He's an excellent tactician. So king c1, that is... he's clearly running for b2, so his intention is b3 and put the king on b2. Yes, so if that were to be taken, then that would lose time and it would open the autobahn up to g7 and black's king on g8. I should explain that that's the German word for motorway.
Yes. No, I wanted to understand what was going on after, well, in this position, because you could, d6, yes, it's...
Sorry, I have to say, I like MVL's position. I mean, because even if, let us suppose we get some endgame, and black were to regain a pawn, let's say the queens, just hypothetically, let's say the queens were to come off and black were to regain a pawn, let's say this pawn on g2. This endgame would be very, very pleasant for white because of the possession of two bishops and his queenside majority. It would be much harder for black to obtain any sort of counterplay. So I am not sure what Pragananda is doing.
But on the other hand, as you rightfully said, you know, the king is aiming for b2. Yes, probably you want to find this safe place.
Once you put the king on b2, you kind of feel that not that much can go wrong, certainly not in the short term.
But so then...
Queen a5 springs to mind, just to try and throw a Spaniard in the works with b3, queen a3 check. You know, that's...
Yeah, of course. But what I wanted to say was also using the a5 square, but I wanted to play a5 because in order b3, a4, that was my idea.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting... it's an interesting idea. I'm just wondering about b4 there. That could be... You know, he could change his plans.
And we also have to evaluate...
King B2
King B2 here, yes.
is not... no, King B2, and then you could start to go back. There's no real... Yeah, B4 I would be considering. The king can go back to D2 as well. That's... So after B4, let's say, and then black would have to play, I think, AE3 to mess things up. I'm not sure. Rook D1.
Maxim is not afraid to play those positions.
No, he doesn't bother.
But then probably we should evaluate another possibility. Could play black D5 here? Another option. We need to find.
B3,
we need to open the
B3,
lines. Yes, B3.
So. Yeah, I'm not bothered. I shall ignore you studiously.
Then probably Rook C8.
Yeah, no. Sorry. You're having two
B3,
moves.
Yes,
yeah,
B3. B3 first. Okay, then Rook C8. You want to play simply to play King B2. Yes,
I just say I am distinctly unimpressed with everything you're doing.
Yeah, this is an interesting option.
Yeah.
That's why I like my idea A5.
I like MVL. Okay. We've made our preliminary assessment of that. We think MVL has a good position, or at least I do. You're not so sure, Almira. I think the onus is on Pragananda to prove something the next, half a dozen moves. Unless he's showing something in the next half a dozen moves, I think he's in some difficulty.
It's not an easy spot, I agree with you, but I somehow feel, because I played this position for so many years, if he will create chaos on the board, then it could go his way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to Grishuk Alexander against Anton Korobov. We have a very quiet opening, so standard maneuvering in the Joko piano.
I should just point out the reference to the Spaniard was not a racist remark. It was a reference to a John Lennon poem, actually, the Spaniard in the Works. He was using this malapropism. You must have that word in French, don't you? Malapropism.
I'm just... I'm always astonished, by the depth of your knowledge and erudition. So that's...
I've read 3 books in my life, and one of those I wrote myself. So, come on, let's go.
So we will come back to this later. So how would you continue knight g6 here, or first start with c6? Nigel, here, what would you suggest for black here? Should you start with c6?
Yeah, c6 is interesting. Yep.
Or knight g6. There are 2 ideas, but I feel that after knight g6, maybe you should go bishop b3, because d4 is... Is it possible to d4? Yeah, this is like a typical continuation. We will find out, because this will be a very quiet game indeed. So, the man of the hour.
Right.
Daniel Dubov versus Andrei Sipenko. He saved a very difficult game yesterday.
It was called Lost, in fact. Yeah, technically, he was losing the end game yesterday, but it shows how precise you have to be, even when in an exchange up and hardly any material left on the board. You put your king on the wrong square, and you suddenly allow your opponent to set up a fortress.
Nigel, an unusual move order. I know that you use this idea a6 nowadays almost everywhere in the Queen's Gambit, but Andrei Sipenko used it before playing d5.
Yeah, but that's Tony Miles used to play like that.
Well, but
and Tony's been dead for 20 years. He used to play in this way.
Yes, I agree with you, and I know that. But what I wanted to say that the difference is at that time it was considered highly eccentric.
Yeah.
So now, there have been so many. These lines were analyzed thoroughly.
I think Tony's idea was not to go for a Queen's Gambit. It was to play with C5 and B5. It's a sort of a sort of Blumenfeld kind of gambit.
To go for C5 here?
Yeah, I think this was basically what he was trying to do.
Okay, then Andrei Yusipenko went for D5. I wanted to demonstrate what, to play something like this.
Yeah.
And then C takes D5. So then we came with another move order to the position which could happen in the Queen's Gambit with A6. Bishop G5, Bishop E6. We should also explain what is the idea behind the move A6 and early A6 in the Queen's Gambit.
Well, you're basically, you are, it's a useful move. I mean, it was sort of semi-useful, but you're encouraging white to capture quite quickly, and you're placing your pieces this way, bishop on E6. I think this sort of very early A6 is an extremely old idea. It was David Janowski, a Frenchman. Almira, you should know your.
Well, I should know my classics. Yes. Actually,
a Frenchman who was playing like this.
Actually, what I wanted to say that this is, of course, a very useful move, especially when if it will come down to the minority attack. Very often you play A6.
Yeah.
So when minority attack, what I mean, will start B4 and A4.
There are some advantages to this, and. Sometimes you can get these positions where you play quite well. It depends what white is doing here. That you often play an early bishop D6. I'm not quite sure about the setup, to be honest.
Yes,
it's I've played these things in a different way. I have played them with playing with H6 and then sometimes with C5, quite an early C5 when they play. So maybe if we go back one move. So one sort of thing you can do here is, let's say, castles. And they quite often do here. So you can sometimes play like this. Bishop moves somewhere. You can put it where you want. Let's put it here for the moment.
C5.
And then you go C5. And that bishop is slightly misplaced. And typically white would want to take because he claims I have a blockading square on D4 and therefore I'm slightly better. But it's not that simple because you can often run into some issues down the C file. The rook is opposite. Black plays B5. I'm not saying that black is better or anything like that. I just think black is a playable game. I mean, you may argue that white has a small advantage, but this type of position is, in my opinion, sort of absolutely playable for black.
Yes, and A6 is very useful in this position. Then you can play B5 and knight E4 as well.
Yeah, that's right. And you've played C5 in one move. That's my interpretation of it. Andrei Yusipenko has gone in a different way.
And what I wanted to ask is, Nigel, here, because Daniel played bishop G5, and after bishop D6, he played bishop B4.
Well, that is a tactical idea, isn't it? Because he's saying now your bishop is misplaced on E6, and I'm going to play F5, and if you play bishop G4, which is a sort of quite a logical move,
then knight E5,
and then knight E5 is annoying. and your bishop is still very uncomfortably placed.
So that's actually a very elegant positional idea. So Queen c7 was asked for. He exchanged the bishops, h3, g6. So he doesn't go for the minority attack in this position, Nigel. He went rook a1 and knight g5 here. So he allowed black to play c5.
Yeah.
Knight c6, queen a6, and then
so he's
goes
gone
back to d1.
Yeah.
Okay, which
and so he's trying to he's trying to claim a small advantage, but so Black. Do we got any more moves?
No, for the moment, yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I would go
yes.
b5 immediately there.
So b5, and you don't want to start with knight e4.
No, not yet, not yet.
And what is the reason behind the?
I'm just sort of gaining some space. You're probably going to have to play a3, but that's sooner or later. I think I'll give my d pawn some protection. Rook e2, d8. It's not that easy for you to claim that much, and at some point I'll put a knight in on e4, and I'll say this is very little.
Yes, Black has a very healthy position.
And I'm confident that I will hold this position.
Okay, let's move on to Vidit Santosh Gujarati and Jeffrey Xiong. So, e4 pawns. What happened here? King's Indian with g3? Sort of, but with bishop b5. Queen b3, queen c8, knight c3, c6. The idea of bishop b5, of course, is to stop the early e4. And another idea is also to trade the bishops later on in the game. So rook e1, white prepares e4, bishop g4 here, not bishop h3. Okay, this is an interesting idea. So he decides to take on f3 and to play e5. Yes, you have these ideas because if white plays bishop e3, then at some point you will play knight d7, then take, and play knight e5 with a very nice position.
Okay.
So he decides to take on e5, take e5, c5.
All right, so he's taken that space immediately.
And of course, the one element that we have to bear in mind is that Jeffrey needs to win. That's why he needs to keep the pieces on the board, and he went for an unclear position.
And the knight is heading for
d4.
d4. That's clearly the route he's going.
So knight c7, d6, and d4.
White isn't quite in time. Yeah, well, he's gone bishop e3.
So bishop e3, knight c7, and rook a d1.
Yes.
So if he continues his route to knight e6, it's very interesting.
I think he probably just wants his queen on c4 sometimes, and then play b4 and b5. Feels slightly better for white.
It is, but okay, he probably should try h5 here. And then create some...
Yeah, try to create
threats.
something.
Something, yes, of course. Then knight g5, maybe, or knight d4.
Well, knight g5 is not coming in any time soon, so...
what I want is maybe to like, let's say you will play b4, I will play knight g4, just to... Of course, you're not...
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
But that's
something like this.
Yeah,
then
it feels slightly better for white. I don't think Vidit will be unduly concerned. Yeah, maybe that doesn't achieve very much. That's a question. It may be an issue of plan. Yeah, this could be premature. So not rook d6, maybe b5 or a4 or maybe b5 immediately.
b5 immediately. So bishop f6.
a4 for reasons I don't know, but it's the sort of thing one does.
I wanted to exchange my bad bishop and to have these squares at my disposal, and then this one as well. So maybe this how the game could go.
That is, you found a good plan. That is, well, it's not easy to generating play for black there. I mean, perhaps I need to be slightly more circumspect.
Well, Jeffrey is still thinking. It will be, I think, a very complicated game.
Yes.
We will get back to it. So, Pintala Hare Krishna is playing against Tabatabai Mamin. You know, you see how...
Yeah, that's right.
Easy it goes. So, and Pintala Hare Krishna needs to win.
So this is bishop c2. Yeah, this is a very, very sharp variation, and so it's obviously good for somebody. D5 is, of course, the critical move. This has been seen a number of times. I always thought this line was okay for black, but maybe Harry has different ideas.
Can you play here? I have this strange memory that this move is possible.
Really?
Yes, because if you, well, I don't know.
Then queen takes.
Yes, and then queen takes, and then either you take the bishop or you take something like this.
Yeah.
So
no idea.
Yeah, I think this move exists.
Yeah.
But then
maybe bishop b7 is a response. I don't know. You just ignore that. Yeah, I'm serious. So takes. Go on.
Wait. Yes, knight e5. So take on c5. Yes, queen e7, bishop g5, and queen e2 here. So that's the position on the board for the moment.
So he just wants to take something.
Well, the immediate threat is probably bishop b4.
Yes.
And then
or takes on f6 and then take.
And well, with black, I don't want to make this move because I want to have this threat at my disposals. But do we have something better? Knight g6, knight d7.
I was thinking about knight d7,
yes.
strangely enough, but I think you just play b4, and then you'll play a4 next move, and you can say, well, I'm slightly better. That will be his claim, which we are perhaps not going to dispute.
And then, if with the same idea, okay, I wanted to try knight g6, so maybe to, and if you play b4, I will simply castle.
Somebody's asking me, why don't I play? Well, by the time I got the opportunity to play, I'd already accepted this job, so it's as simple as that. So, had I not been doing this, I might have been playing in the first round and then going home, which is what half the people did. Okay.
No, I think that with your rating, you would qualify for the second round.
Don't bet on it. Don't bet on it.
Nigel, what do you think here? Just a quick look. Maybe knight g6 castle, but on the other hand, needs a draw as well. Yeah, this, so what is the safest option for black here? Knight d7?
I think I actually quite liked... So how did you do that? So knight g6?
Knight g6, you wanted to protect the pawn, or...?
Yeah, maybe something... No, bishop...
Rook e1?
Is... Maybe even bishop takes f6 can be considered.
Yes, but then I would
risky?
Go, yes, it could be very risky for white. Then with knight coming here, rook g8, I can even castle long probably,
yes,
and f5.
Yes. Yeah, it's dangerous, very dangerous. So I should wait on that. I play knight d2, you were doing what?
I was not doing anything because you I need to make a draw. And do I have? Am I in time for castling?
No, I'll take something.
Yes, you will take.
No, I'll take something. And I'll be happy.
Knight g2 is a very good move.
Happy. Is that right?
Yeah.
Happy.
French accent?
I don't know. Some accent. I don't know. Is that not? I try my Russian accent.
Ah, Russian. The Russian.
Yeah, Russian.
One.
You know
no,
that.
yes, but the thing is,
how do they do it?
For
happy.
No, for the Russian, you do not sound. You have to threaten me. So the Russian accent, yes.
Okay.
That's you do sound like a hippie.
All right, hippie.
So, Ivic Velimir, 18 years old.
Yep.
Rising star from Serbia. And let's have a look what he prepared.
Great chess nation, Serbia.
I think Dmitry is aware of his opponent's potential, so he chose a very solid line.
Yes.
Here, so took on e4, knight d7, bishop b3, bishop d3. So queen e2, of course. I didn't expect less from Velimir. He wants to castle long.
He wants to give mate.
And c5. So c5, we have to understand what happens after d takes c5. So b takes c5
is forced.
Of course, we have these ideas just to show, and
yes,
we're taking the queen. So
we like those discovered attacks.
But so the structure is
changed. I think
c4
could do it. Is c4, and that is, believe it or not, boys and girls, a defensive move. I'm trying to cut out knight d5 there, so I'm depriving you of the d5 square, and I'm also getting ready to put my queen on c2 and to make an attack in that direction against your king.
What he is considering here, Nigel? Maybe like after bishop c5, I really like c4. The immediate knight g5 doesn't give you the immediate edge or something.
No, that's interesting.
Because I wanted to understand. He thinks for quite a while. So if d takes c5, b c5, c4.
So you just want to go very directly. Okay, so we go h6. Oh, Mira. Where did you learn such violence?
A lot of games have been played. So with the same idea.
Yeah.
So then, of course, you cannot take.
Well,
here.
I'm not in a hurry to take.
No.
Let's, so I put my queen somewhere, maybe to c7. C7.
And then what would be the...
I'm just not sure you want to go knight g5 immediately.
No. Okay, so c4, we prophylactical move first, and then...
Yeah. It could, the knight could come to e5. It may not move at all.
Then why I wanted to play knight g5, Nigel? Because I know that one of the strategical ideas, once again, is to play bishop b4 and simply to trade this bishop, and you will not have any attack at all. So then,
but then you're going to lose the endgame.
Yes.
Then you will lose the endgame. I will thrash you in the endgame because you'll have made all of those weaknesses. You will avoid the mate and then lose slowly.
We'll see. Okay, then. Pavel Pankratov against Etienne Bacro. Etienne won his game yesterday, so Pavel needs to win.
He needs to win.
Etienne goes for bishop g5. Okay.
Yes.
Bishop the rouser, but the thing is,
So the rouser. Why not the Richter rouser?
I don't know.
It's called the Richter rouser.
I don't know. It's like you always have these small precisions. All my life I've been calling it the rouser. Yes,
really?
in Russian, of course.
Yeah, but that's because
Like the Paulsen.
Yeah, because you're ignoring Kurt Richter. Don't ignore him. He was a very fine player.
The thing is, Nigel, what I wanted to show, E6 is, of course, is the
Do you not
theoretical
have any of his
continuation.
games collections? Kurt
No.
Richter.
No.
You see, you should.
G6.
These are the sort of... okay. So,
It wasn't played. I wanted to
Yes,
show you
right.
that this idea is a very interesting one.
yeah.
You know, you have to consider this while you prepare for this line. So
Queen D2, don't they? No,
Bishop
B6,
B5.
Bishop B5. Oh,
yes.
right.
Normally, you're
Yes,
supposed to play then Bishop D7, then or you castle, or you play
No. There are other moves. I thought there were Bishop C4 or something.
Bishop
Is it?
C4 as well, of course.
Yeah, and then Knight B5. Wasn't that some theory? Heavy theory.
Heavy theory, but still.
Has that all been refuted?
Yeah. Why?
In the Jurassic era, I think this was played,
Bishop G7.
and then I think they
Then-
went here,
then you castle.
and then they went like this.
Then you go Queen B6 here,
Right.
and that's a heavy theory of the modern era.
Also.
Yes, also.
Okay,
and
so
actually,
Jurassic theory is still relevant. That's very
so,
good. Yeah.
And actually, black is fine here.
According to the engines.
Huge compensation for the
Yes.
pawns. So this is a very interesting
Yeah.
line. But Etienne went for E6,
Yeah.
Queen D2, Bishop D7. Pavel goes for one of the most critical lines with F4 and Knight F3. Then, yes, let's have a look how it happened. E5, B4. You have to do this. We take C3, Queen C3, G takes F6, Rook G8.
I thought these lines were played. I don't know the theory on this. I'm familiar with the sequence leading to this, but
I don't know what is the latest theory
I
development.
always avoided this with white. It looked far too complicated for me.
And why?
I just don't like having, being subjected to an attack.
But you've
On
played,
that-
you've played so many attacking games in the Sicilian.
I like to attack and not be attacked. When I'm being attacked, I like to have an extra queen or something, not...
Yes, this bishop. Okay,
And,
black sacrificed the pawn.
Okay, so if I play... So it's, what's wrong with the rook G2? Is that possible?
Yes.
So,
For the moment, I'm thinking maybe.
rook G1 is
rook
the...
G1 then,
yeah.
yes. Well, I don't think that's the end of the variation. Then I will take.
No, I can play rook G6 as well, maybe.
Rook G6 as well, but can't I win a tempo? And then, no.
No, I like rook
Yes,
G6. I
rook
just
G6.
play positional chess.
Rook G6 here. But then H4?
Okay, now I start to go queen B6 or something. Isn't that good?
Yeah, I agree with it. It
Yeah,
looks rather dangerous.
I don't know. I mean, these are the types of position I just don't like to touch unless I've analysed them extensively.
So, you think that black has a nice play here? Knight.
Yes.
So rook G2, rook G6, yes, I like. Okay, maybe not H4 then, but then.
Did you know that
What was the
somebody's
purpose?
saying that Kurt Richter lived with his mother all his life? I didn't know that detail.
But he
Kurt Richter.
he was not Italian.
Why did they? There was a very good story. Did you remember that one? It was actually not too long ago, only 2 or 3 years ago. There was a story about some Italian guy who he was in his 30s, and he was living with his parents, and his parents kicked him out. And then he sued them. And the Italian court judged that the parents had no right to kick their kids out. Doesn't matter if he was like 65, he could still live at home. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. You've got to love the Italians, don't you?
Doesn't surprise me at all. But you know, you were talking about your DNA test. I also did mine, and the biggest surprise was that I have, a lot of Italian blood.
Oh, really?
Yes. So
okay. Well, that's
here
really
comes the opera.
Yep.
Maybe here, I don't know how to continue after rook g6. Rook g3 looks strange as well. No. Then rook g2 is a
pawn,
perfect. No, I took on a6, so you simply
recapturing and so damaging your pawn structure. So I don't know what they're doing. Rook
g2, rook g6 is a
so
very strong
we should
idea.
be pointing out that knight takes c6.
Mm-hmm.
You know, probably there are some people saying, well, you know, what's wrong with that? And the point is that after knight takes c, rook takes b2 check is quite awkward.
Yes, and we can always take.
And this one would be even more awkward if we took
rook e2 first.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of the variation.
And that's the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't need to do that.
Yes, it's not so easy to see it at first, but then when you see bishop c3, then you can calculate the whole variation till the end, till rook a2. Okay, so this is going to be a promising game. Vladislav Artemyev against Sergei Karyakin.
We're going to pass over this one briefly.
Yes.
We will make a superficial evaluation of this. And how would you assess this, Almira?
I think I've seen this many times. Yes, okay, so according to my analysis, it is equal.
Yeah, according to Manutsak. Yeah, that's it.
So.
I would say just a tad. It's a tad better.
Always a tad,
yes. A tad better for white. I mean, because you can simply capture on c5 here. I think this is the reason. Takes and probably just exchange queens and rook f8 to d1. There are hanging judges and there are hanging pawns, and this is hanging pawns, and in general. Hanging pawns, it's like the old joke about them with hanging pawns that I always said it was better to have an isolated pawn than to have hanging pawns, because when you blunder your isolated pawn, you've got no more weaknesses. But when you blunder one of your hanging pawns, you've still got an isolated pawn. So
there is a lot of truth in this one.
As with a lot of jokes, there is some truth in it. There is certainly a kernel of truth there.
Well,
so I mean that
Sergei
one,
Karyakin is black, and this is actually
the Minister of Defense.
Yes, so I think that he knows all the plans in this position. And,
that's not a minister in a church, is it? That's that's the political one.
We will get back to this one. So Kasper Purun won his game yesterday. So Javahir Sindarov needs to win with black.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened here? Okay. So he goes for the Alapin Sicilian, and of course d5 leads to here, like d5. He takes queen d5. d4 leads to positions which are very well known and with an easy play for white. So he goes for knight f6, e5, d4. He doesn't go for b6. I would think that here he would go for something more dubious.
No need.
Probably,
no need.
okay.
Not yet.
d6, bishop c4, bishop d3. Then here bishop. You also have bishop b5 here. And bishop
Was
d5.
that any good? Bishop d7?
Yeah, no, just it's the standard continuation. So you.
I'm so glad I've got
knight
you.
c3.
I mean,
But I'm not sure.
I had Miro here, for the first few rounds, and neither of us have any idea about theory, and you're just showing all of this stuff.
But the thing is that White needs to make a draw, and so anything.
Yeah, but
is,
why is that drawish?
No,
it's
a simple
simply
position.
to get the pieces off. Black's bishop on c8 is not that well placed. So, I mean, here, if you put your bishop on e4, that's the, what do you call it, like the Catalan diagonal. And you see, Black is having to struggle to get this piece out. So there's no need. Oh, that's interesting. Now
it's a very concrete line. That's why if you go bishop b4, you have to go for this line.
Right.
So
Okay. So he's gone this way. Knight e1.
Bishop b4, knight b6, and knight e4 here.
And that's a little Zwischenzug.
So Kasper Pirun won the World Solving Championship several times, as you mentioned yesterday. So he spots these small tactics immediately.
That's his nature, isn't it? I mean, he loves these little tricks which he's spotting in a flash. But what is Black doing?
I don't know. Here it's the knight is going to d6.
Well, the knight is going to. I mean, whatever. I think.
Maybe yes, he misplaced. Misplayed
I mean,
something.
that's whatever in that position. I'd say that Black's chances of winning are subsiding faster than the British economy.
And you don't want. Well, the idea is probably that after knight d5 you would play knight c3, but then I'm not so sure about. So what do you do after knight d5? I don't understand why Black didn't go for this move. He wanted.
Maybe miscalculated.
Yes, I think he miscalculated because.
Yes.
I do not remember that bishop e4 was anything dangerous. So
yes.
After knight d5, and
well, I think you play knight c3.
Yes,
You just play knight c3, and you say I've got the Catalan bishop, and it's difficult. I mean, White is not worse. A4.
No, of course not. But
perhaps. All right.
Okay. So that's the position on the board, and I think Sindarov is facing. Well, he's in trouble, in serious trouble.
Yes, he's
here.
in very, very serious trouble.
Okay. Sam Shankland.
Yeah. Who is another guy in need of a draw.
And we have another desperate attempt of winning with Black.
Oh, that's not a desperate opening.
I like this opening. D5.
Do you play it sometimes?
Played it once, I think. So the idea, of course, is to develop your bishop here, and otherwise.
What's the opening called, Almira?
Oh, this I have no idea.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You're serious? You don't?
No.
I put you on the spot there. I was just waiting for you to know.
No, actually,
it's the Nimzovich opening.
This is the Nimzovich opening. This I didn't know at all.
Of course.
Because
I'm glad. You're showing me all these variations. I can teach you something now. So, Nimzovich opening.
Of course.
And I'll tell you a story about the Nimzovich opening because my son Nicholas he likes to play chess. I mean, he's not a real chess player, but he plays online, and one time a few years ago when he was young, we went to Canada. I was playing in the Canadian Open, and we're on the flight there, and of course, because he only plays very, very occasionally, he doesn't. He said, Dad, can you show me some openings? Because he got absolutely zero. I said, Nimzovich, just and this was fine actually. When he was getting the Nimzovich type structures, he was doing okay. But the problem was when he went e4, knight c6, knight f3, then he just didn't have any. From the moment he played e5, he was back in these main lines, which, or even worse, the Italian game, and then some disaster would happen on f7, and he would lose. So Nimzovich, it's a good shortcut.
What I wanted to show is that some of the positions that you really want to avoid when you have to play safe. So this happens after e d5, queen d5, knight f3, bishop g4, bishop b2, castle. And then with early e5. So he was very prudent here. He played knight c3.
Yeah, that's the best move. That is definitely the most challenging move, I think.
d5.
Yeah.
Knight e5, bishop b4.
Yeah.
Knight g6. f5.
Yeah, that's all. That's.
Well.
Hang on a second. I'm just trying to remind myself.
I will try to find it.
Yeah, there is some. Yeah, there is some heavy theory. And normally there were some a6 moves at some point. So knight h3. I think a6 was some move here.
So bishop g3, f5. Yes, you were absolutely right. f5 is the main move.
Of course it is, yeah.
And then knight
h3. And I thought they did a6, but e5 is the main move, is it?
Well, haven't been played so much on the highest level, of course. Yeah. So you have e5 and a6, which we tried.
a6 actually scores better. Maybe I was looking at a6, but...
But let's explain. So here, yes.
Yeah.
Knight h3.
Yeah.
One of the main continuation would be to play e5.
Yeah.
Or knight h3, a6 to avoid bishop b5 or knight b5.
Knight b5 is a real nuisance. So
that's why you need to play one of those moves.
Yeah. So after knight h3, which stops f4, I should point out. So e5, and then you have to take this one.
On d takes e6, yes?
Yes.
e5, sorry, d takes e6.
Yeah. So he's taken now on d1 and play bishop b4 because that's because this is interesting.
Actually, so I think that happened.
That happened, yeah. So bishop b4. So he's stopping the knight from moving simply by capturing this. So, and now bishop c7 takes. And knight g5 looks quite challenging. So is bishop a2 a move? What else are you going to do?
Well, I managed to find a game played in 2002, so I'm pretty sure that the computers became stronger.
Yeah.
Knight g5, king e7 was played because...
because bishop takes a2, what is it? We play... After that, you might run into some very dangerous initiative because I'm just thinking out aloud. Check. Oh, sorry. No, we got rook d7 check. So we have to...
No, but maybe you shouldn't stop the variation here. Bishop b5, king e7.
Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, but I can castle. I mean, maybe.
But then king f6 probably.
Yeah,
you see, it doesn't stop here.
Yeah, no, it doesn't stop. I think maybe maybe it's better to
Maybe not rook d7.
rook d7 to castle. Yeah.
Yeah, here I agree with you.
Yeah.
So what happened after knight g5? He's still thinking, yes or not? So king e7 was played in one game, but then how do you do after knight e6? Your shelter, you will find shelter on f6, or where do you go?
Yes. Well, I don't know. He's going to e7 probably. Is that it? I'm not sure where you're going. Yeah. Then castles.
This is such.
Well, castles, they threaten to play knight d5 check.
Ah, Nigel. But here, well, it looks dangerous, but maybe I can go for this one. So bishop d6 and here. I don't know. Knight e7 next, but...
Well, okay. Bishop d5
Yes.
or something. Or even bishop b3 is interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a double-edged position. Of course, it looks very dangerous for black, but I think
Yes.
he has to go for something like this in order to win.
Yes.
his
Well,
game,
maybe.
so we'll see.
Maybe.
Vasif Duraberli won yesterday, so Nadirbek Abdusatorov has to win as well with black.
Please continue with your comments in the chat, and I ask people again to be respectful. If you don't like the comments, there are plenty of other sites you can go to and watch them, so keep them respectful, please. Got a lot of good comments, and of course, some others.
So queen d4, bishop d6, e5, knight g4, knight d5. So here, actually like what how black.
No, black's doing
Black-white,
very
yes.
well.
That's,
Black's doing excellently. So
he needs to win.
black needs to win.
Black needs to win and has excellent position.
He has a great position.
What should I do here? Probably I have to play queen c6.
I think you do. No, I play queen f6.
So you play
I'm attacking your f pawn.
And you
After knight e4. Please, just humor me. After knight e4. Takes.
I will give you the joy of winning the queen on c6. Yes. So so queen c6, queen f6. And I'm not in time, I wanted to exchange at least one bishop and I will lose all the pawns. So here you will simply take probably. Or
Yes, and bishop takes b2. Yeah, bishop takes e6, bishop takes b2. And black is in good shape. Great.
Yeah. Okay. So which game haven't we looked at? This did we have a look at this one? No. Puye Dani against Young Krzysztof Duda.
Yep.
So, a very wise opening choice. If you want to go for the tiebreak.
Yeah.
Or maybe he spotted something unusual in his opponent's preparation.
Okay, the first game was drawn.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but it is in general very, very difficult to get an advantage against the Petrov. Normally you're talking about edges. If you get a little edge where you get a bit of bite in the position, then that's fine. I mean, here, this is quite typical, this sort of thing. And that's a probing move, just trying to loosen things up.
It reminds me of the game played between Paravian and MVL. You remember? Not quite the same opening, but they got to the same structure out of the Berlin.
Yes.
And then B3 was played, but with bishop B3, not bishop D2. And then white slightly became worse.
Yep.
White's position slightly became worse.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, so,
that's right.
So white has to be careful here as well. Look, Nigel, he took on C4 and he played C5 in order to get this outpost on D5. So rook E8. I just wanted to see what is the position now. So queen b4.
In general, these knights are quite good in this type of position, especially if white can somehow get his other knight to e4. That's really where you want it.
Mm-hmm.
But here he's probing with queen b7 type moves. So it's possible that black could play, I don't know, king g7. What do you think? Is that...
I like king g7. So on queen b7, you always have this, no?
That was the basic idea. Yeah.
And then you're okay. Do you want to play a5 in this position or not? a5, for example. Yes, I mean, let's say...
well, I wanted queen b8.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I mean, let's say here, for example, if I don't go for queen b7, g7, can I make like a move, a logical move? You don't. What to do with this knight on g3? That's the problem.
That's slightly annoying. I mean, e4 is the place I want to go. I was therefore thinking about queen b1, but I can't do that because the d pawn is hanging.
Yes, the d4.
Yeah, and that can't be exploited tactically.
Okay, then you would go queen b7, rook c7, queen b8. Maybe I should...
The knight could come to e2 and then to c3. That's another possibility. You could just sort of bring it around that way.
So if I start with queen e6 here, what would you do?
Rook e1, and then you would resign.
And rook e1. Sorry, this one yes, because I was thinking how to win a piece, and rook e1, yes, so queen e6 is not the move, and then...
No, you could play queen d8, but then then queen d8 I take and knight e5, and I
even knight e5,
and I win something.
But if queen d7, then knight e5 here. Could you get an edge here if I'm not losing something?
Well, knight e5, queen takes d4.
Queen takes d4.
Yeah. No.
And queen e8, yes, queen e5, yes. So that's not possible as well, yes.
So I think you don't play knight e5, you play knight e4 instead of all this.
Okay, queen d7, knight e4. But here I wanted... no. Yeah, you might have...
No, I'm doing well. No, I'm doing well. Okay.
Then, another one. Burkic Ante against Haik Martirosyan.
Why do you always say his name the wrong way round?
No.
Isn't it Ante Burkic?
Oh. Could be Ante Burkic or Burkic Ante.
Skripchenko Almira.
Yes. It's first because I'm always doubting if I should say only the name of the player.
All right, okay.
And then I'm thinking, then I would go the whole way. So it's like Carlsen Wojtaszek or Magnus Carlsen, Radoslav Wojtaszek, and then. So what about this position?
What we're going to say is that white has an edge. Does he have sufficient? That's absolutely a different matter, whether he's got more than that. And why does white have an edge? White is an edge because of the pawn structure on the queen side. It has slightly more space. So, you know, white will want to make some fairly standard moves, probably a rook coming to d1. F3 is a typical move. And black needs to regroup. Maybe rook fd1 is not the right move, in fact. So maybe f3. Sometimes, yeah, just as a point of solidity.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, you can play things like, sometimes you can play knight a7 there. That could be a move for black, and try and put this on b5. But it still feels slightly better for white anyway. That's why I'm saying that was having second thoughts about putting my rook on d1, that maybe this f3, it's a very small improving move. It's not like such a big deal. Very small improving move, and then you start to go forward.
So let's get back to the world champion.
Okay.
So we left them here. So what happened? c4, bishop b7, knight c3, castle, queen e2, queen c7, f4, knight b6, bishop b3, e5, knight e5, and that's the position on the board. Actually, I think no. There is another move was made. I don't have it. Yes, rook f e8 was played. So, and Magnus is thinking.
Oh, this is very interesting strategically. Magnus, in an ideal world, he would like g4 and g5.
And why not here then?
So let's start looking. So g4, e takes f4. I think we or even d5 immediately.
D5 immediately. Yes, usually when you start your attack on the flank, then you push d5.
And the point of that is, if f takes e5, bishop c5 check rather. King Kong. Rook takes e5. Rook takes e5. I'm just looking at bishop f4. The variation continues. We're getting all very excited. Interestingly,
you want to sacrifice?
I'm thinking about it.
So
rook a to e8. You might ignore it, though. That's what I'm slightly bothered about. Okay, go on.
You mean that actually I could go queen g2 here? Maybe.
I thought you could maybe just take on d5.
Even take on d5. Okay.
No, perhaps not.
No, I wanted to queen g2.
Queen g2. Yeah. And then I'll take on c4 if you do.
Then you will take on c4. Okay. Yeah.
So what's my idea? I'm trying to give up an exchange and to get some activity.
So bishop b4, but then
I mean, there are other moves that one could also play, but let's have a look. Rook takes c2. Let's calculate. This is all fun. Bishop takes c7. Rook takes b2. Bishop takes b6. Bishop takes b6.
Okay.
And now knight a4.
Okay.
Forking.
That's why you wanted to. Okay, I wanted to keep my
you
bishop.
Think I'm a positional patzer, giving away my bishop for nothing? Of course, I wouldn't do it for nothing. I want to fork you.
So that's okay. Then it doesn't work. But why would you take on b2 then?
No, I mean, because your rook is hanging.
And my rook is hanging. Okay,
so you've got to move
once again. But can I sacrifice? No, here? and then take.
You're
on
normally
G4?
very good for the first hour or so.
No,
then
today,
it's,
yes. No, this position is way too complicated. Yeah, and then where the matters complicated.
we start dropping rooks and mate in one, and these things are happening all the time.
But maybe this is not so clear because knight e4 is actually coming. And then knight g4, okay, you have, I don't know. Is it?
It's not, well, there's some rook c1 or something.
Rook c1 is.
Will attack. Yeah, doesn't matter.
g5. Yeah, it looks Russian, yes. Okay, so we start, all this started with g4. Magnus is still thinking, and did he play? Like, I don't have the moves, unfortunately. Let's have a look. Rook f8. Can I check it somewhere? If I will update.
There is the question whether Magnus should just take on e5 and try and close the e file. So, sorry, what happened there?
Okay,
F takes
e5. F takes e5 here, not g4 then. I really liked your idea. g4, g5. Did he? What did he do?
I have no idea what he did.
Okay, we'll see. We'll have a closer look.
Yeah, because okay, so f takes e5. Didn't he move something on the queen side? Not sure. Hard to tell.
You mean bishop?
I don't know what he was doing.
I think he went for g4, actually.
Oh, he went g4,
yes,
so he went g4.
Like we analyzed, and Radoslav immediately
it's the move you want to play. And now the question is, after, g5, black must break out with d5. Because otherwise he's just going to get crushed.
Okay. So g5, probably. Yes? How do you react on g5? It's not so easy, actually, no? g5, d5, yes, as you suggested.
d5, I think, is the right way, because I mean you have to obtain activity. There.
Okay, the point being, of course, that g takes f6, you play bishop c5.
Yeah.
So we cannot take a piece.
Yes.
And then.
But there are interesting questions. I'm just wondering, can we just play king h1? Is that ridiculous, or I don't know.
But I can probably take on c4, and then.
Yeah. I was looking at bishop c2, and you've got a very annoying check on c6, I think.
That's what I wanted to... But then is there d takes c4? Yes, the problem was king h1, then all my moves do not work.
Not quite working, I think.
So then, so maybe not king h1, d5, then can you... Okay, my move, queen g2.
So hang on a second.
Can I play queen g2?
What did Magnus do? Are they both in thought? What's going on here?
He's still. I think Magnus is thinking because I don't have the moves. And
why don't we have a close-up?
g4, e takes f4, and we are analyzing g5. But Nigel, queen g2 here.
Queen g2 is very logical because queen g2 is a better move, of course.
So I could still take on c4.
And then I take
on f6,
and then you have no good response to that. So that just wins a piece. So queen g2, So knight e4.
You have to go for it. So, and this one is hanging. Okay, then bishop f4, queen c5 check, yes?
Queen c5 check,
okay,
yes.
now I'm
and
here.
Now I take on c3, take on c3,
yes, and
take
on c4.
And then knight takes c4.
Knight takes c4.
I think I need to get my pieces into the game. Yeah, you have some play, bishop f8, etc.
Okay, so that's... Maybe f6 was a little bit hasty here or not?
No, I don't know. It could be mate anyway. Maybe you take on g7 and play bishop c2, and you give mate. I don't know.
No, actually, I didn't want to take. I wanted to play rook f3.
Yeah, then
so you cannot,
g6.
Then g6. And
I think you may need to just go for checkmate. Go for checkmate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, well, I mean, bishop f8, take, and then rook f3.
Maybe rook f3 then. Yeah. Start going for things. Well, okay, black is a pawn up, but it's not like such a huge deal.
But Magnus is still thinking.
Yeah, well, it's a complicated position. You can easily get this wrong.
But the thing is that well, oh no, he takes on f4.
Okay.
Okay, he doesn't play g5. Because normally when you make such a responsible move as g4,
yes,
you probably know what is your next move. That's why I was thinking why he was, well, hesitating.
Yeah.
So,
but it's logical. You just take back, and then queen G2. But I'm just wondering, how is queen c5? What if I simply check and check?
You mean queen c5?
Yeah.
King h1,
queen c6 check.
Just,
I'm asking you, what are you doing here?
So queen g2, knight g4.
Yeah, that's
the point. Okay, then.
Or maybe takes and knight g4, because I'm slightly concerned about knight d5 there.
Ah, okay. So first you want to take and knight g4 here. Yes. Okay then.
Okay, this is a pawn, and I'm not saying that this is game over, but black. I mean, how is white playing? These are the problems. These are the moves that would be giving me a headache in the game. And if I couldn't solve this particular problem, I'd be looking to play something else. That's.
Could this be a draw then? If I simply go king g1.
D5.
You're going for d5?
I'm going because I've moved my queen now. I've moved my queen. I'm no longer pinned. Well, I think Magnus would also be very disappointed with a quick draw.
But then queen c5. Let me try once again. Bishop b3. Then you wanted to play queen c6 anyway.
I will play queen c6 anyway.
So
g5, maybe you can do it.
Yes, and g5 here.
G5, knight e4. Tactics continue. Knight e4.
But d5 is not possible?
Possible.
Because I wanted to play bishop c5.
Yeah.
G takes f6.
Well,
I don't know. I'm probably losing everything as usual.
I'm not so sure you're losing everything.
No, that's the variation, where I'm just lucky, probably.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's dangerous.
Okay. So
that is, rook f3, and then what do you want?
Well,
you want rook takes e3 and then rook e8?
I have a lot of possibilities in here.
You do?
It can take, I can play d4.
Maybe you play rook takes e3. If you play d4, I've got queen g2, by the way. That was my defense.
Yes.
So now you go rook e8. No, so you've got this pin. I have to go knight d1, it seems. And then maybe you just take on c4.
So we continue with
you
bishop
continue,
c2 and
now
knight d5. Yes.
with knight d5, yeah.
Good.
Almira, you're too strong.
So bishop. Oh, he played bishop f8. Okay, this happened already while we were analyzing. So bishop f8 and I think time is a very important factor here, and Radislav has 50 minutes, and Magnus is a bit under pressure with 36 minutes
Yeah,
left.
he was a bit down on time yesterday as well, wasn't he?
Is he feeling vulnerable? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not.
Is he ever vulnerable?
He is. He is.
Just because he never shows it.
Well, he does. You do see a few twitches from him.
He's so consumed by his games. So
Okay, let's go.
Queen g2. What do you
So
want?
let's see.
Knight c4. You would.
I don't know. The knight here.
So, somehow I have this feeling that bishop f8 gave white a very important tempo. No, to play queen g2.
I didn't like it. Maybe he's just going to go all in with this g6, and here is our thematic idea.
Yeah.
Now, Bobby Fischer, when he was playing the Sozin, he always had his bishop on b3, and he was always trying to
open
somehow put pressure on f7. That's it. I think he got the same ideas because he was studying Morphy in his early days, and you put the bishop on c4, and then and f7 is always the weakest point, and it doesn't matter what opening you play. It's okay. Only the French defense. French defense is the best opening because you don't get mated on f7.
Nigel, but here, like knight c4 looks so dangerous because you would always have knight d5.
Well, queen c5 check still, so that it's. It's in the air
for the moment. For the moment, you have to react.
There was something in the air that night.
I have a feeling, yes, that bishop f8 was just a bit slow. So he goes for it. He goes for it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It's going to be g5, g6, and hakemat. Hakemat, or whatever they say.
Okay, before we go on a small break, I wanted to have a quick look because I've seen that there have been some changes.
Oh, right.
And now I believe that Maxim
has one queen less, according to Manat Sakanian.
That's a very nice position. What do you think, Nigel? Because he sacrificed, of course, but let's see how it happened. We left it here. So queen c7 was played, b3, e5. So he went for e5.
Okay. So that knight e5 is a very cunning move, isn't it?
Because he wants to play rook c8 and rook c2, of course. So.
Yeah. So okay, so rook c8. Here and white has the.
Yes, you cannot take. That's first of all, of course. Then h6 was played.
H6.
What did you wanted to show?
Well, I just wanted to mention, of course, that white has the bishop pair, and those bishops combine very, very well together. They cover all the entry points. And he's also giving support to the pawn, which has just advanced forward. with
played d6. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
After h6.
Yes, unfortunately, yes, we still have this small delay.
Yeah.
And then the thing is,
it's very dangerous.
Yes.
It's very.
I had the feeling that white is better here.
Of course,
although,
white is better.
Black
White
wants
is
some
better.
material,
Yeah,
but
it doesn't matter. That d pawn, it's going. It's a very fine judgment. And well, you know, my comments, maybe they're nonsense because I was saying Maxime is very materialistic. He shows no materialism here. He's just, he's gone for it.
Yes, but he's going for it because I think it's, first of all, it's supported by his calculations, because I'm pretty sure he's seen much farther than this variation goes.
His king is safe as houses.
Yes, and his king is actually very safe b2.
Yes.
As you've mentioned it before the game even started. Yes, I would want to say, but
yeah.
So
and the rook is coming behind the pawn. He's going rook c7. I think MVL is well positioned to win.
So let's say rook d8. We would play rook c7, and then can I try something like queen b4?
No. What are you doing? What are you doing? Rook d. I just like rook d1. Why the?
No, black is to move.
No. Why are you going rook c7?
No, because you just said rook c7.
No. I know. No, rook c7. Yeah, but first.
Okay, first rook d1.
I've got one guy who's doing nada, and this is the rook behind, and then I'm coming forward. Don't jump. I just don't know what black is doing here. Black is in big trouble. Maybe bishop f5. I don't know. Does that make sense?
E5 is hanging as well.
E5 is hanging. G2 is hanging in response there. But, I'm at least trying to control something that way. You could take on G2. You could do that. So with rook c7, queen e4.
Exactly.
But even that is no big deal. I give you a Tchaikovsky on there, and then I just play bishop a7, and I say, what are you doing, Almira? That's what I say.
And also, at some point, I can even sacrifice the d6 pawn if I can infiltrate. Yes.
Yeah.
So, this position is really very dangerous for black. So let's go on a small break, Nigel.
Let's take a short break.
And
we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Just a short break.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. Nigel, thank you for your enchanting comments, and let's get back to the crucial game between Magnus Carlsen and Radoslav Wojtaszek.
I should point out that when I say you suggest a move and I say something different, it's called scientific debate.
Of course, of course.
And not mansplaining, as some people seem to struggle with these cons. You know that. I know you know that. So
this only proves how difficult it is to find the absolute truth on the board.
Of course.
Sometimes players, they spend hours preparing their variations, and they know one thing or two about the openings. So we sometimes try to understand the openings from the scratch.
We do, but we're also trying to understand the middle games, and this is very complicated. So to come back to the world champion here, as we surmised that Magnus Carlsen has indeed a very, very strong attack. And according to this neural network, apparently it's a winning position.
It's already a winning position?
It's already a winning position for Magnus. He had a choice with knight d5. He could have gone g6 immediately. Mm-hmm. They were both very, very strong, both apparently winning, but it's not winning trivially, which is why Magnus is quite intent here. So
do we have the suggestions for the best defense?
Yeah, I don't know the best defense. I just briefly spoke to Magnus's father, Henrik, who is always good company in the VIP room where I go for my sustenance. He said that, in fact, the main line, it's involving a knight fork on b6. So white is playing at some moment. Knight b6 is coming, winning an exchange, and that is winning. But it's this. I can't even work out what this variation is. So even with this very advanced knowledge, it is not easy to understand the precise sequence. Obviously, something with bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, knight b6. That could be it, but it's not going to happen in this position.
So Radoslav has to deal for the moment with the immediate threats. Let's try and understand what he should do here. First of all, probably hd6 would simply open the F file.
The H file as well.
H file as well, of course, but this would be really a disastrous.
Yeah, but I think you probably have to take this, don't you? You have to play, F takes G6 and H6 or something? Or maybe you leave that. I'm not quite sure. So, what if you play H6? I mean, something like this.
For this, okay. There is no way that you could have taken on f4 before you want to keep the knight on h5, protecting, the king's side. So many variations.
There are
a lot
of variations. I mean, already there are certain things which start to come to mind. One even starts considering moves like bishop takes h6, bishop h6 and rook f7 looks dangerous.
I'm pretty sure that Valentina Gunina would have crushed Radoslav here in a few moves, because she would have found everything. So, and then
these things are very, very dangerous. I mean, some takes, and even queen f3, you start getting all sorts of threats.
But for example, if you don't take, do we have a defensive move? I was thinking I don't even know what to suggest. Something like... and you also mentioned something about losing in exchange. Then let me try rook a7. Can I try this move? Somehow I know that I have to avoid the fork. So
it's not.
And actually, I like this. So that's why.
That is not.
Maybe it's not a ridiculous move.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. I just feel I've got a very dangerous attack. But you know, how do you prosecute the attack?
Do you want to take on h7 or this simply fail?
I'm thinking about it, yeah. And you probably just have to go in the corner.
Yeah. So
has that improved my position that much? Bishop g5, maybe. I don't know.
Bishop g5 on rook a7?
No, just now.
Okay.
Just
now.
I'm wondering. f6 could be a response. I'm worried because my knight is
hanging for the moment.
Yeah. I really want to put my rook on d1 because that rook is not doing anything at the moment. And maybe I should have done it last move. No, I can't.
No, what I didn't like about g takes h7 is that I wanted...
It releases the pressure.
Yeah, it releases the pressure, and I wanted to be able to play queen h3 at some point. Of course, I have to deal with my knight on d5, so I was not sure. Maybe, maybe it's simply your move here. Don't take.
It's possible.
And then,
and it's also possible just to play rook a to d1. I just just immediately, just play a normal move.
Rook a d1, okay.
But now king h8 could be played.
Well, there is no straightforward win. No, we cannot find it.
I mean, the thing was that Henrik was saying that it was actually quite complicated. You know, there were like 10 moves, you know, and then Magnus was picking up some material after 10 moves. They were not easy variations. So
basically here he has just to increase the pressure. And, well, especially to maintain probably this... point on g6 and to find moves which simply...
it's a bone in the throat, isn't it?
It's a bone in the throat, yes.
That pawn on g6.
To improve his pieces. Rook a d1 is...
And now queen somewhere comes in the air because your knight is no longer hanging.
Yes, so now so now you can play queen h3 maybe.
Yeah, except that he can take
on g6.
Yeah, maybe. Although bishop c2 is still dangerous.
Still not so. Yes, okay.
And bishop takes g6. So
this is a very interesting position,
So these are. It looks like. I mean, Magnus. We tend to think of him as a strategic genius, or at least I do. But if he's a multifaceted player. You don't become world champion if you can't play tactics and you don't know how to conduct an attack like this. So I think, perhaps it was not necessarily his intention to play very, very sharply, but I don't think he will be unhappy with the position he's got.
Okay, and Radislav is still thinking. So.
Okay. So we'll leave them to contemplate that. I think that we're going to have plenty of excitement in this game, but we'll let them squirm a little bit at the moment and move on to the next one.
This is the position between Daniel Dubov and Andrei Yesipenko. I have, what was the last move actually? Knight f5, yes? So knight f5 and Daniel is still thinking. Just wanted to see, yes, the knight was on d4, so knight f5, and he simply wants to trade all the rooks. Should we trade them or not, Nigel? That's an interesting question. But maybe, has nothing to do with this.
Yes.
Like in Karpov and Zicker, when he played bishop a7,
yes.
and he didn't want to trade rooks. So maybe here we can stop something if we don't want to. Has nothing to do with this, but I want to keep the 2 rooks on the board. Or this is not possible. And
Karpov und Zicker. Nice.
Huh?
Nice
Yes.
Olympiad. Nice Olympiad. One of my favorite games of all time. And if you haven't seen it, you should. It is a joy.
It is such a beautiful game.
It's really, people used to. It was funny because I started. I grew up in the sort of Fischer generation, so 1972. But I was very young then. Then 1975, I was 10. So Karpov, to me, was much more of a world champion than Fischer. Fischer was like a huge disappointment. He stopped playing immediately. And people used to say the most ridiculous things, that, Karpov is a boring player. And I just think he's a great player. Just brilliant strategist, and you can learn so much from his best games.
Basically, the idea was that he played bishop a7.
They was blocking the rooks. But here, I don't think it makes a lot of sense because
I
of
cannot
because
take here. Yes, then.
Well, okay.
I was thinking knight e7, but then.
So your idea is you want to take?
Yes.
Okay, so if.
Maybe it doesn't work, but
no, it does work.
But then you don't play knight e7.
No. Hang on a second.
Yes.
Knight e7, bishop takes, rook takes d3. Takes. Queen c1 check. No, you have to go queen f1.
No, yes, queen f1 because you have queen f4.
Show why.
Or queen c7. Yes.
Queen c7 and takes the bishop.
Yes, sorry.
So the strategic ideas, they have to go hand in glove with tactics.
Yes.
And
but then queen f1.
Queen takes b2.
Queen b2,
and here what that black is better, winning material.
So it doesn't work at all.
It doesn't work at all.
Then I was completely wrong. But do we want to keep the rooks here or not?
Well, I think white is slightly better.
Another idea would be.
Why are you playing knight d5?
I don't know.
Knight d5.
Just
exchange.
You want to exchange? But yes, but the thing is, I had the feeling that if you exchange the rooks, then you have nothing. First, I wanted to play.
Well, maybe you're right, but
bishop d5, but then it looked very strange to me.
I'd be very happy to get the rooks off.
But then it's
yeah.
Okay, so you take.
Sorry, it's the other way.
Yes, take.
Takes.
Take and this. What?
Yeah. Well, okay. Queen f3 or something. I don't know.
And this.
I take the squares. I play g3, and I say my bishop on a2 is well placed, and I claim an advantage. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but I'm just going to say, king g2. We'll play all these routine moves.
But somehow I felt that these knights are very strong here. They control almost everything.
They are making it difficult for white to make progress, but that doesn't mean they're... Oh, Almira.
Now you found the weaknesses.
Now, b4.
b4, of course. I was waiting for it.
And then you can take and play queen d4,
Yes.
but with no threat.
But for the moment, I was still thinking if I have a tactical idea here. Not yet, but okay, I like this and queen d4.
Yeah. You have no threat, but doesn't matter.
Yes, but what you want to illustrate is that after this you
Yes.
have queen f6, of course.
Yes.
So then your intellectual superiority, authority.
No, it's not. It's a cheap trick.
Of course.
It's a cheap trick,
But
for
still,
which I would play in blitz. You know, that's I would get that. But I don't know how white can improve. That is a serious problem. So your comment is highly relevant. You were saying those pieces are well placed, and they are.
and he's still thinking, Daniel. You see, probably he's trying to evaluate, yes, the consequences of all the trades. But bishop d5 looks artificial, no?
Yes.
Here. Okay, we tried knight d5. It didn't work. Well, didn't work out that much. And bishop d5, then you would simply take. Yes. To no avail. No. So it's roughly equal.
I'm not sure you would take. Would
No.
you? What do you need to take?
But here probably threaten. Or maybe you can play b5 actually here. Yes.
Yeah.
Bishop
Yeah, I'm
d5 is
just
a very
wondering-
strange move, yes.
I'm just wondering whether g4 is a move because you've got bishop takes f7. G4.
After b5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, go for it. Isn't that the sort of thing you like?
Yes. But you still have bishop. You still have bishop f7.
I'm just
yes.
taking.
Yes, this, and still have bishop f7. Yes. Okay, winning. Actually,
No,
but I'm actually lucky that I can take it.
Yeah, okay.
No? So you see this. Okay.
No, rook takes d6, rook takes d6, c takes b2 was the problem. That was the problem.
Which one?
Rook takes d6 now for black.
Yes, and
Takes-
c2 you mean?
And c2,
Yes, C2.
even stronger.
Mm-hmm.
c2. And you resign.
Yes, and we are losing everything, so it doesn't work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're going to lose.
Okay, so let's move to another game. Let's have a look at this one.
Good.
Mm-hmm. So this is the game between Pavel Pankratov and Etienne Bacro. They roughly went for the same position, like rook g2, then rook g6. Etienne somehow brought his king to g8. He started castling artificially here. So king f8, queen h5, king g8. So he
Right.
protected, yes, and knight f3. Rook b4. What do you think, Nigel?
Well, it's a question of whether is Pankratov, is he going to get an attack going? That is really would be the question to me. So some rook h3 or something first.
Rook
He's
h3 first.
done something else, hasn't he? He's gone knight e5. Well,
Ah,
that's
there is already
interesting.
move.
That's interesting.
I don't have this, so knight
Yeah,
e5.
I can see that. So go back one move.
Yes, knight
So,
e5.
what is the idea?
Well, he
here?
wants to open,
Okay,
of course,
you're losing a pawn.
the diagonal, but okay, let's see. He strives for the initiatives
Yes.
in every game, so
Yeah.
we need to understand that if he could maybe c3 here, and then bishop d4, but he always no, I don't like, it's too slow. So knight e5, bishop e5, t takes e5, queen e5, and then
How are you doing that? Yeah, I mean c3 is going to run into rook takes b3, isn't it?
Yes, of course. But the thing is also c3.
Rook takes b3 is winning.
Yes, but that's.
And then rook takes g3.
So they didn't work, of course.
Yeah,
no.
and queen takes e3. And there's always a check in the middle of that, queen e4 check if there are some.
So the thing is, like, this doesn't work. So maybe rook h3 first.
Yeah, there's also bishop c5, I think, is his idea.
Without rook h3.
I think he's got bishop c5. He's got that forking possibility.
Okay, and we have a result. What happened? Oh, Maxim won.
Yeah.
So Maxim qualified for the next stage, but and it happened only a few moves after the position that we analyzed.
Yeah, we thought that Maxim was doing rather well.
So bishop g2 he played actually.
Yeah,
I
thought that was a good try. Now, what did he do? Oh, it's.
Yes, let's have a look at the positions.
Yeah. So he went rook d1, which is that was kind of necessary to support his d pawn. Now queen e4, which looked like a good try, and he just
the same. He did the same as we analyzed, but only here the only difference that he can play g7.
Ah, right. So he's just winning straight off.
In our variation, the rook was on d8.
So he's just winning straight off, basically.
So d7, queen e3.
Yeah, but
rook c8 check. Yes, that's the main difference between rook d8 and.
Yeah, but okay, nothing to be done.
G2.
Is that it? Do we get any more moves?
Yes,
that's it.
Yes, that's the final position.
Yeah, well, that wasn't too difficult. White has an extra rook.
And we have another result. So Fedoseev Vladimir won with black.
Yeah, so
he qualified because Vladislav Kovalov had to win today. So he was backed.
Yeah, we didn't pay enough attention to this. I mean...
he played this fancy variation with queen d4, knight c6, queen d2, g6, and b3.
Okay.
It's a very interesting line, which Grishuk played against MVL. So that's you have a lot of interesting positions here.
Yeah.
So knight d5. I would be worried actually with black here.
Yes.
But then Vladimir Fedoseev played a very nice game. So he used the pin.
He may have analyzed all this. Yeah.
He used the spin and he continued, to attack the. He didn't even take on f4. That's what I. You see, he activated his pieces: knight g4, h3, knight f6, and knight e4 here. So now knight f2 is. He played a very nice game. He doesn't bother on taking on f4. He's playing actually against this bad bishop.
His material down.
Yes, exactly. But strategically, his position is so much better.
And his knights are in great shape there.
So.
And sometimes people forget that retreats can be attacking moves. And
queen
d8 is very much an attacking move there. And, it threatens rook b6. It threatens rook c8, which is even stronger. So what?
He simply lost his knight, I think. So
he
even though he probably had some
compensation. But insufficient.
Yeah, the biggest problem in this position is this bishop. It's just, before that's why Vladimir Fedoseev didn't bother taking the pawns, and he.
His biggest problem is actually being a queen down, but
no, I meant somewhere here.
Yeah, I know. I was teasing you as usual, Almira.
Okay, so these are the two results that we have so far. And what do we have on... Wait. There is another result. I don't see the confirmation, but I think the arbiter went to the game of... is it Sindarov? Let's have a look at the game. Maybe this will confirm. Sindarov. So Sindarov, you remember this crazy game? And okay, I still don't have the result, but probably they made a draw. Yes, well, let's update this.
So we got a result here.
Yes, that was a result. I seem to have the confirmation. I just wanted to have a look at the board first. But,
it looks like
white is so much better, yes.
Yeah, he probably just got depressed looking at this position with black and thought, am I going to win? Chances are nearly non-existent.
So one of the heroes of the first stage of the tournament, yes, is eliminated. So that's the board.
What do we have there?
We have a draw.
That's a draw.
Yes, that's a draw.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we still don't have moves appearing on the board. Okay, let's get back
Sindarov, who's remind us of his age. Those people who were were not around. So
yes, he's only 15. He had such a great run in this tournament. But sometimes, I know it's by personal experience. When you give everything, it's more like he had so many this David against Goliath matches. So he gave it all, and then it exhausts you.
No, it's often like that. But I mean, he has shown his class, his quality, and he's definitely a name to watch out for in the future. That's beyond any doubt at all.
And
so Harry is
he pressing?
He needs to win.
He needs to win,
and he's pressing.
But of course, he has a better structure on the king side.
Harry is pressing here. And
but will it be sufficient?
That's another matter. But I would be looking at...
I would be looking at...
Go on, tell me what you'd be looking at. Knight c1, which is the move he's just played.
Yes.
And
I wanted to improve the knight, but I didn't know yet what would be the route.
Yeah, yes. Well, you want to put the knight on f4, but it's not quite that easy to get. Maybe he needs to play b3, which is a little bit ugly, but it could be the right move. Now b3. And the point of that is that white's next move, you first of all should put your king on a dark square, king f2. And then you want to play knight d3 and knight f4. And once that knight lands on f4, it's game over. So it's a piece of cake, Almira.
Okay, then I should probably...
It's a piece of little gâteau.
Le millefeuille. Nigel, then can I play c5, c4 to stop you from... But then I will simply go knight e2, yes.
King Leopold II of Belgium, didn't he? He referred to Congo as his little piece of African gâteau, which of course was something like 18 times the size of Belgium. But it were
colonial times.
Colonial times, yes, we've moved on from, even the Brits, thank goodness.
Yes.
Bad times, yeah. time to...
Nigel, I had just one question because everything happened so quickly. Of course, I wanted to ask you before Harry played knight c1. This, for example, if I play rook h5, like you would. How to evaluate this?
I was thinking about it.
Because I think that it's quite a difficult endgame for black.
Well, it's extremely difficult, and it's maybe winning. Rook h5 is also dangerous.
So it could be could be played. So I'm not afraid of this exchange.
No. It's. I just like the idea of putting a knight on f4 because king f2 and knight f4, and it's just game over. It's game over, really. Absolutely nothing to be done.
He played b3.
He played b3. Yes. Well, he's one of my.
And he plays c5 probably.
Yeah.
So he has to do something. So actually, knight e2 now. We have to understand.
He was a student of mine, Harris, you know.
He was a student?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now we see.
But actually, he always had this really good positional understanding, you know. I'll tell you a little story.
He has the class. Yes.
Yeah, no, he's a great player. He's a great player. I can tell you a story. I mean, one time he came to Athens and for a few weeks, and you know, we did plenty of work on some openings, different ideas, and then he went off to some tournament. I forget where it was. And he played absolutely none of the ideas that we looked at. And I thought this was very strange, you know. I mean, none of them, literally nothing. You know, we spent 3 weeks working like dogs. and it was just, he has an interesting way of thinking about chess and life, which I think is unusual. So he's an original player, and I'm not so sure. Is that the right move? Almira knight e2, a4.
No. I was not asking. I was thinking what would happen if we would continue with the original plan.
I want to do it a little more.
Carefully. So king f2
King
first.
f2. I don't know why, but I want to put my king on f2 because I can't be bothered calculating anything. So I'll first do that. No, you put the knight on. You could. Yeah. Okay. King there.
F2, yes.
Yeah, and then.
Okay. We will wait for the critical moment of the game, and we should. Yes, and let's get to the game played by Velimir Ivic. He made a very easy draw yesterday against Dmitry Andreikin, and they've played only 15 moves so far. So, like now, Queen h5, and can you see that he has 24 minutes? Dmitry Andreikin, he has only 5 minutes left, and he is in a massive time scramble. So let's just see what happened after c5, because he was thinking for quite a while. He didn't take. Bishop g5.
So what's this? He's suffering from rigor mortis or something. Yes. What is this? Takes.
Then d5.
Yeah.
Bishop d5, knight h4. Such an unusual idea. And queen h5.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is that f5 becomes...
But what if I take?
Or you take with the bishop, which would be more
you want
of a...
it more,
yeah.
No, but take with the bishop, then I have bishop b5, maybe. Okay.
Well, queen takes, I can I can take on h7.
Yes. No, not now. I mean, what are you going to take on d5?
I was going to take your... Yeah. And then you're smashed.
Of course. So then
yeah, so you can't do
simply
that.
Take with... But yes, it was played on the board, actually.
What, f5?
Yes, f5 was played. So now Velimir Ivic is thinking about how to continue. I'm pretty sure that he knows that his position is winning.
Is it winning? Yeah, well, bishop f5, there are defenses, perhaps. which I'm struggling to find. Okay, you play bishop e5. You do it. You do it. You do it.
There is a a crazy move like this.
I'm thinking about it, but then rook takes d5. Does that work?
Maybe not so
clear.
Not so clear.
Check, and then check on e6.
Check, yes, then I'll go here.
And if I play, you can do that.
So then I was not sure. So f6 is actually a very interesting move.
So I mean, white has fantastic compensation. By the way, I mean white can continue that variation with bishop takes d5 and so on.
But what if can we retry my move, knight f5? Because that was I always wanted to mate you. I don't want to take the bishop on d5. I wanted to try knight f5.
You want to mate me? That's really
so.
Takes, and then how are you going to mate me? And then bishop e5 is the move.
Oh yes, bishop f5, bishop e5. Yes, this doesn't work, but can I give... but can I give check first, queen g5? Or it doesn't bring me anything? If you play king h8, then I would take with the queen.
King f8.
Okay, queen f8. But then this... You probably go king e7.
King e7. Oh, and I run for the hills.
Yes, and I'm losing.
Which I think, well, I don't know whether you're losing. Bishop takes f5.
Bishop takes
f5 is still extremely dangerous.
Bishop f5, and if I play bishop...
Yeah, no, check you.
You will check me rook e1. Yes, okay, and then I will lose. Okay, so maybe... Okay, I'm not sure what computer says about this variation. He probably sees a win. I don't know. Queen e7, you say bishop f5, and then what to do? But bishop e6, you want to play rook e1. Or not, Nigel?
Yes. I'll play... Yeah, then bishop... No, you've got... okay, I have to play rook d to e1 there, probably. Rook d
to e1. Oh, yes, to avoid the trades.
Yeah.
He actually goes for bishop f5. Let's see. Let's watch this game closely. So he goes bishop f5, bishop a2. But
he's playing that very confidently, but I don't know why he's confident there.
He wants to go bishop e5 then anyway.
Yeah, well, he doesn't...
So knight f5 and... Knight f5 or queen f5?
Knight takes f5.
Knight takes f5 and bishop b5.
And what do you do after f4?
I'm trying to survive.
f4.
Yes, f4.
And I play queen h6.
And queen h6, yes. And
after queen c6, I have a sneaky little move.
Okay, so this...
And what is your defense? What do you want? Almira. No, I mean, look, you didn't get into this mess of a position. I mean, what do you want?
And he's so focused. He has...
Yes, now I crush you like Colonel Saunders. Yes, that's...
So knight f5. Okay, that's... well, Dmitry Andreikin is suffering, and he might not make it till the move 40.
He's suffering big time.
And after knight f5, we do have some geometry. We're probably winning something immediately.
But maybe you can go bishop f8 or something.
Then, okay. He gave check first. Okay, let's see if it changes something. So, and here. Can I play this?
Oh, you probably can. Yeah, I mean, it's
Moves,
catastrophic.
of course.
Yeah.
If you take, then I will be able maybe to bring my.
Well, you
rook.
say you have no moves, but stalemate is a draw. That's unfortunately. Yes.
So he will probably go for this variation then.
Yeah. Okay,
Queen
board
F6,
one. Let's go to board one.
Of
Right.
course.
Okay. So, what the goes on here?
So this is the position on the board. Yes. So we left it after g6. He played rook a b8.
Okay.
Rook a d1.
Okay.
Excellent move. Knight f4.
Yeah.
Rook f4.
All very logical. You know, I mean, first of all, put your pieces on good squares and then calculate the mating variation. That's
But somehow the question we were the discussion we were having: should we keep this bishop, play bishop g5 or not? So
yeah,
Magnus
but
decided
but
to
you
leave
see,
it
the
here.
first idea I would have with black is rook e8 now, and he's gone rook takes f5.
Yes, he took rook f5,
isn't he going to be toast after this? It looks.
And somehow this phase of the game, Radoslav played rather quickly.
What's wrong with rook h7?
7. Well, I'm probably forced to take.
I don't know what you do.
But that's the threat. So.
Yeah, that's a threat.
But then you have to take on g6. There's no way for you to counter this threat. So rook h7 and.
Well, that's rook d. Oh
yes.
no, rook d5.
Mm-hmm.
Then even that may be winning. Queen e6 check. Takes rook
and
takes
rook
d5.
Mm-hmm.
Even
and
that's
rook h5. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not trivial though. I mean, but you have to. So rook h7. But it's a straightforward line. What do you do, Nigel, here after queen g6?
I don't know what he's doing.
You cannot move your knight, so you cannot move knight e5. The rook is hanging, so this is. You have to go for this then.
Well, okay, this is
hopeless.
Yeah, and incidentally. And it just go back one move.
Yes.
2 moves. Instead of rook takes d5. Bishop c. Bishop c2. C2 check is a really vicious Zwischenzug. Is it not?
No, but it's still.
And now rook takes d5.
Now rook takes d5. Yes.
Because that's basically the same. Same thing, but it's even more killing.
Magnus doesn't go for it. He goes for bishop c2. But what did we miss then?
I have no idea what we missed.
Queen g6. This is such a complicated position.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think we missed anything.
Okay, so he went. I know, maybe. No, but this is. You lose. Yes, that's the only variation I could think of, but that's the transposition.
Okay, let's
yes.
look at what we've got.
Queen, bishop c2.
And now.
With only 10 minutes left, and the position is still very complicated. So maybe now we can take on g6, no?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Take on g6?
Okay, we cannot take with this because I think we are losing like this, yes, and queen h3.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is losing.
Yeah.
Then,
so f takes g6 is an
yes,
interesting.
f takes. It was already yes. F takes g6. That's the only possibility. And then what? We should take the exchange. Somehow we managed to.
Oh no, knight f. No, it doesn't work.
Knight f6. I have king f7 now.
Yeah.
So knight f6, king f7.
So what if I play? Okay, go back. Well, I mean, knight f6, king f7, knight takes h7 is probably winning. Oh, knight d7 is winning actually. Instead, I'll take some material. Knight
d7. Okay, can I suggest?
You want to tickle me, Almira, with knight e3.
Yes. Okay.
Queen f3.
Yeah.
Bad news.
So, yes, knight d7 is it's a very precise move here. So, then what do we do?
It's also, by the way, there are some other.
So we cannot take them, or we are winning.
Yeah, I think it looks good anyway.
Okay, so this loses. The fg6
so
loses.
Some people are screaming. Sometimes they're wrong. But let's have a look at FIDE, shall we? Just we'll come back to
this. Yes. Let's have a look. Oh, he managed to complicate matters.
Yeah.
So king g2.
So let's just remind
yes, Jeffrey
us.
Needs to win. Yes,
Jeffrey does need to win here.
Well, somehow from what it looks like, he played h5 at some moment. Yes, and
still not completely easy at all.
I think, okay, starting from here, just I wanted to show that we did try to play very safely. So f3, he didn't, he played h5, knight g4, so bishop g2 was played, and b4, but Jeffrey activated his rook. Then he wanted to bring his knight to b5.
Well, he's protecting on e6 first.
So knight b5 now.
Okay.
This would be dangerous,
potentially.
So he didn't want to give his bishop. Knight d4, queen f3. So he gave up the h5 pawn and king g2 here.
Yes.
It's a very double-edged position. Still, queen h7.
Yeah, but Jeffrey needs to win this. How is he going to win this?
What idea can we possibly find here? We have a result, I think.
No? Knight a4, maybe. Is that a move? Maybe not. Knight a4 is...
Knight a4 here, yes?
I'm just wondering. Bishop c1. Okay, let's have we got some results.
Yes, let me check just if we got some results, and then Grishuk, I think, made a draw. Yes, they made a draw.
Oh, so they're happy
so
they're
going,
in a tie break.
They're going for the
tie break.
Grishuk,
Anton Korobov. Tie.
Both are
so we've got some work.
Incredible rapid players.
Yeah, we've got some work tomorrow. No free days. We were hoping for all decisive results. That was a bit too much, I think.
The more I think about this position, because, you offered knight a4, but then, yes, bishop c1, and maybe your king is in real danger.
It is.
So then, and queen h7 will come, so I'm not sure. Maybe white is much better here, finally.
Yeah, we could get mated there. I mean, bishop g7 can be played. Maybe that's not so silly, in fact. Just defend for now. Except bishop takes c... Yeah, okay, I'll defend it for now.
No, bishop c3, well, doesn't work for the moment.
Well, maybe it does.
It does?
Yeah, try it. Rook d7. We can play queen e8.
Yes, but wait a minute. I want first to give you a check.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it helps me that much.
And you wanted to take my rook, I know, because I can read your mind, Almira.
Yes, and then I wanted to play this.
You want to play here.
So
and that's, you make a draw. Queen g5.
Yes. But I don't have bishop h6. Ah, no, you have maybe, okay. So
Queen checks. Oh, bishop f5 check.
Yes, here you have bishop f5. Yes, unfortunately.
So I would recommend
to accept the draw.
Accepting a draw.
Okay. So, and then queen g5. So this doesn't work.
Doublas. Okay.
Okay. Then this was the game of which one we didn't see. Actually, Peter Swidler against Nikita Vityugov is a very interesting position right now.
Duda, did we get a result there or not?
Duda, did we have a result? No?
No, not yet.
I don't have a result.
No, okay, never mind. So what's going on to Vityugov here?
I would say that Peter is better here, but what do you think? He just played c3 and this pawn is much more dangerous.
Well, if you don't deliver checkmates pretty quickly, that
you always have bishop g7 anyway. So
yes.
So this runs into bishop g7. So, but then c3. How do you react?
Yeah. So if we count the babies, it seems that black has an extra pawn. And that has relevance in this position. Sometimes it doesn't.
So rook c1. I will probably play rook c8 here. No. Still. I was a little bit afraid that it could be... yes, now... No, there is no motive, yes, because bishop g7 still I wanted to take, but bishop takes.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
but I could play c2 as well. Why can't I just push?
Rook c1, c2.
Yeah, Pushkin.
This is possible as well. Okay, so
all right.
Peter is clearly better. Let's have a look at. So you wanted to just to check because Noderbeck had to win, and the 40th move was played. He still has to make his. So this is the position on the board. He has real chances to win this game. This is the pawn up with the better structure.
Yes.
I mean, if I will be able to defend it, because like rook b8, if I play rook e6, I will have bishop d5.
Okay, so
we need to find them.
Let's say we try something.
Maybe bishop a4?
Bishop a4 is...
and rook e2?
A sneaky move. And very dangerous.
So,
bishop f3.
Yeah. But then I can simply defend, probably.
Okay. And the game continues.
Yes.
Continues.
Okay.
Yeah, but black has chances there.
Of course. So he has real practical chance.
I feel Anastasia coming on here.
Knight e2 and queen h4. Yes.
Oh, don't we love? Yeah. Well, okay.
But
it's not mate
at
the moment, but.
So Hayek Martirosyan is thinking.
Should point out that's Anastasia's mate.
Well, I don't have moves on the board. It seems like White made few moves because for the moment he has like 30 seconds running, and I don't see.
Should we get back to Magnus? Apparently, Bishop C2 was a terrible
mistake.
Well, yeah. I mean, Rook takes H7 was game over.
That was the variation that we calculated. Yes.
Rook takes H7 was just complete. Was something, like +9 or something, and Bishop C2 +1. There's a slight difference. So, I mean, it was strange, but, how was this position?
He played Queen F2, G takes F7, and King F7. So Magnus took the exchange here. He took the rook.
Took the rook.
Sorry, because I wanted to check if we are having an interview today.
Yeah. But is he not winning here? Is there not some?
And Queen H4 was played.
Yeah, Rook F1, doesn't that win? He's played it.
Is he playing? Yes.
He's got loads of moves to make. Isn't this winning? Because if King G8, I've got Bishop E6 check and Queen F. Ooh, no, maybe not.
But if I play King G8 now, what happens?
I'm not sure. Knight F6 check is possible if you do that.
Yes, and then I have to run. Yes, anyway.
Run for the hills.
Because
are you familiar with Iron Maiden? Have you heard of them? Are you not?
Of course, Iron
Maiden, right?
Jesus Christ. By the way, I finally got some information because we wanted to have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in our studio, but for the moment he's undergoing the doping test.
Oh, right. So he should. I mean,
Please don't forget that chess is a sport, and all athletes and chess players have to undergo doping tests. They're randomly chosen for those. So we are still waiting. And what was played? He did play King G8. Yes, because probably that was the only move. There were too many discovered checks anyway. So what is he supposed to do here? Nigel, what was the line that you suggest? You wanted, instead of Knight F6, you wanted to play Rook F4, yes?
It's got something. I've got Rook Queen E1 check and then draw. It's a draw. Just a draw.
So Rook F1 and...
He's done it.
He's going for a draw?
I don't see anything better, to be honest. Just a boring game.
And why should black repeat, actually? Because otherwise
black may have difficulty.
You mean so Queen H3 probably. So if I play Queen A5, what is happening after Queen H3?
No, you can't do that. No. Check on D5. But now Knight F6 check might be. Oh no, you can take that.
Yes, sorry. Queen H3. My knight is actually hanging. So I wanted to check just why is it a draw exactly.
It's going for a draw.
Nigel, but you have to convince me. Probably.
By the way,
I'm losing as usual.
Yeah.
But
I should point out the purpose of the doping tests. I mean, I unlike some other sports I could mention, I don't think taking chemical stimulants is really an issue in chess, and we know that computer cheating is a serious problem. We're trying to deal with it, but that is a major problem. In all the years that I've played chess, I've never heard anyone say my opponent won because he took, whatever stimulant, banned substance it was. But there is a purpose to this, a serious purpose. Chess is recognized by the IOC, and we are compelled to undertake these tests. And a lot of federations are entirely dependent upon the funding they receive from their government. So it is absolutely essential that we comply fully
maintain
with
these procedures.
with procedures, with the following IOC regulations. Just to explain to people who may wonder what this is all about.
Well, this is not the position on the board. I'm still looking at what am I missing here. Nigel, say something. Like you're the expert. We are relying on your expertise. How are we winning after this? After Queen E5?
Maybe we're not winning.
But why
maybe we play B3 or something just to start off with. 93 you're looking at, I know.
I don't have many options in these positions.
Yeah. What can I say?
I was just thinking that Magnus is down to 1 minute 40 seconds.
Yes, but
if there is a practical chance that Radoslav, but move 29 only. So if there any practical chance that Radoslav can take, can he play this move as well? Because we were analyzing this one, but Queen H6.
So you just take everything and then you end up with queens and. Apparently,
it's not so.
Well, it's not so.
He's still thinking, and
maybe he's playing for a win.
He might risk it all, actually.
Maybe this is the moment.
But what do you do also after Queen H6? Knight F6 is no longer possible, so maybe you want to play Rook H4, so you need to do something to prepare it.
Some
Queen G3, yes, or something like this. Yes.
Still not clear because Queen C1 check is possible, but I haven't quite realized
maybe Queen F2. So if Queen G3, because you have Queen C1 and then Queen D2 maybe, then Queen F2, and I still want to play Rook H4. This
people
could
are saying
really, very
that
dangerous.
Jeffrey Zhong is going down. Well, that's not actually such a surprise if that is true.
That's actually what happened. Knight A4 and Bishop C1. Yes, we saw this idea, and then he's in real danger, right? And also could even
Rook C4. Is that possible?
C4. So now we need to give a check.
Give checkmate somehow.
Yes. Wait a second. Queen H7.
I still haven't seen it, to be honest.
I have this crazy idea. Does it work?
It's possible.
Maybe.
I've got to take your piece.
And then
you try and come from behind the Queen D8.
Okay. And here.
Still the game continues.
Yes, no. Then maybe not Rook A2. Okay. Then what if I play Rook D1 simply then here? Yes.
The Rook D1 is possible.
And then Bishop H6.
Bishop G7 and then Bishop H6. I have to take, I think I have to sacrifice and take on C5.
Where do you want to take?
Oh, the Rook takes and now I take that one. Okay, I play that. Still, the game continues. Not absolutely clear.
Okay, what are the news on Sam Shankland and Rinat Jumabayev? Three. He actually got out of this.
He's running.
Yes, of this opening. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Sam Shankland.
Well, he is wide, but do you remember that this crazy opening? This one.
Yes,
That's actually good to this end game.
Yes. Well, it's not a draw yet. I wouldn't have thought that he has too many chances of winning, but perhaps he's got a 2-1 majority. Who knows? Still fight in the game.
Let's get back to this attacking game that Velimir Ivic played against Dmitry Andreikin. Oh, Nigel, look at the position.
Yeah.
And actually, Velimir has only 4 minutes left. He knows that this is like the crucial moment. He cannot make a mistake. Yes, but here. So
how was knight f5? But the queen a6 check is the only move.
Yes.
King b3 is forced.
King b3 because you have queen f1.
Forced. And now c4 check. C4 check.
But can I?
Well, you can. Maybe I can take that.
You mean, but then queen b5?
Yeah, king c3.
So king 5. Maybe b4.
No, queen a1 check.
Queen a. Oh my God! Oh my God! You managed to trick me again. Yes, this is like. Oh God! And you're losing.
Yes.
The queen. Oh no! But then what are you doing on queen a1? Queen a5.
Yes.
No, Nigel. King d3.
Yeah, you run. Of
yes,
course.
I have to run.
Course.
I'm keeping the d. Like, so then.
Yep.
And rook d4. So
it's going for it.
Queen b5 once again, and maybe king d2 here simply. No?
Yeah,
you have no more checks.
It's probably
so
stopping
this, it. Yes, and c3. So he went for knight f5. This is such an important moment. If he wins this game...
knight f5, queen a6 is on the board. He has to go king b3, win or lose. So if you check first, you check on b5, then how do you do it? King c3.
King c3. The
check.
Same. The same. I'll go king d3.
Okay, and you're just running.
And here I even have king e2, so that's
much easier.
Easier version. So he's down to 1 minute and a few seconds because the clocks are not updated. Yes, 1 minute 30 seconds. Let's watch this game closely because I think that if he calculates the variation correctly, he will qualify for the next stage. This will be because this tournament is different, compared to the previous World Cups because more players are participating. So before you needed to win 3 matches only in order to qualify for the 1/16, and now it's 4 matches.
Yes.
And of course, you have to bear in mind that this is a qualifying event. So 2 players from this event would qualify for the candidates tournament.
Yeah.
Magnus cannot qualify, of course.
No.
And
somebody suggested to me today, what if Magnus wins the World Cup and he wins the candidates as well? Does he need to play? Does he need to play a world championship? I like this idea.
It's an interesting hypothesis. Yes.
I think that was in jest, the comment, but
Okay. Oh, he goes for c. Wait. You know what? I know why he goes for c4, because if what I suggested, this.
No, you take, don't you? Why don't you?
Yes, but I mean, do you have something like this or not? Or it doesn't
King
matter?
d4.
Yes, King d4.
Of course, easy. Just
a lot of black.
no, bishop
squares,
c5 check
yes.
is a problem.
Yeah, so okay, so he took. That's exactly the variation that we analyzed. Yes, rook c4, queen b5, and king c3.
Yes, he's running out of checks.
This is such an important moment for Serbian chess. It's been quite a while that they didn't have such a young, promising player. And
yes.
with all the leagues that I've played, I have such good memories.
Okay.
Okay. He is 1 minute away from qualifying. Let's get back to Magnus just a second. And 48 seconds for Magnus Carlsen. And 9 minutes for Radoslav Wojtaszek. So what happens here, actually?
Is that our position?
Actually, he played this variation. I asked you what's happening on Queen A5, and that's what he played. So he gave check, yes, he went for it. So that's...
okay, so we went Queen H. So the point is Queen D5 check, he's got King G...
Rook F3, maybe. No, wait.
King G...
King G1?
No, it can't be. Can't be. What's he doing? What's the idea? What's he doing?
What happened? Let me check if there is a result. Just a second. Peter Svidler made a draw.
Really?
Actually, yes, he made a draw. So
he lost his pawn somehow?
I don't know. I haven't seen the... Yes, probably he lost his passed pawn. So, but then we have another tiebreak for tomorrow.
Okay. So what's Magnus doing?
So Queen D5, yes, we were analyzing.
He just wants to make a draw, does he? What, with Rook F3?
Yes, Rook F3, I suggested,
Rook F1.
and then you mean Queen D1 and Rook F1. Okay.
That's it.
Because there is no other way of... So Queen H7 is a threat. I mean, Bishop H7 and Bishop E6.
Bishop E6 is a threat.
So, yes.
So just a draw.
This is going to be a draw. And they're going for tiebreaks tomorrow.
That will not perturb Magnus very much. I think he'll be very annoyed at botching up this position, because this really was... I don't think it was that difficult to calculate. I mean, look, we didn't have it precisely, but Rook takes H7 really did look incredibly strong. I mean, just optically, it looked incredibly strong.
Well, the thing is that this variation was incredibly forced.
Yeah.
So he had to take on G6, as Queen G6, and then...
so he
messed something. Probably, sometimes you make the second move of the variation. Could it be, what did he do?
I don't know. I don't know
then,
what it was.
We have another result. Haik Martirosyan made a draw against Ante Burkic, so the final position is almost Anastasia's mate.
Oh, right.
Yes,
okay.
They're going for tiebreaks.
No, because...
yes, he won, yes. So he qualified.
So that is a triumph for Martirosyan.
Young Armenian player. He's only 21, by the way. Also.
21.
Yes.
Middle-aged 21. What is that?
That's the final position.
So great. He's doing very well.
Then, okay. Young Krzysztof against Pujedani. That's the position on the board for the moment. So we haven't looked at this game for a while. And what do you think?
Well, I think Black is doing very well. So
If he wins, he qualifies.
If he wins, he qualifies. It's as simple as that.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't see
Any.
Yeah, well, okay, you play knight takes. No, he's just busted. Just, yeah, I
Cannot.
think.
Well, he cannot take because I will take on f2. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just simply. This variation is so simple that it's not much you can do, and then you will play even f4.
Yeah,
So.
and he's just smashed.
Okay, so young Krzysztof is completely winning.
Yep.
Then, we have another result. Daniel Dubov made a draw, just appeared. Okay, so you see they exchanged the rooks and they went for the same variation. He didn't even take, he exchanged one rook and took on d6 with a knight. Okay.
So these guys, they like their chess as well.
Okay, they're going for the tie. And Nigel, please.
No rest for the wicked, Almira.
Yes.
We're going to be tortured tomorrow.
But please have a
But
look at
people
this
love
center.
it. But, all right, that is a large center, but it would appear that White has more rooks.
Well, Etienne sacrificed the exchange, and then
what did he do?
Actually, he left his rook here. So this is actually it was an interesting idea.
No,
yes.
it's an excellent idea.
And then he simply he went queen
positional.
d8. Yes.
Whips it off. Then he's hoping
g5.
G5 is really interesting.
It's amazing. So g5 takes.
So he has to give himself the g6 square for his
the knight.
So he doesn't get mated. Then some cunning maneuvers. He's got a cunning plan. It's just incredible. Incredible.
And we have a result, yes.
Looks
draw
like a
was
draw.
agreed.
Is that right?
Yes, so world champion is joining us for tie breaks tomorrow. It's not a tea party, it's a tie break party. I'm not sure that Magnus knows yet that, where he missed it precisely.
You know the Boston Tea Party?
Of course.
That's when they poured the tea in because the taxes on tea have been cut. Did you know that?
Oh, no, this I didn't know. No. Of course, I studied it in my history classes.
And that put the smugglers out of business. All this, I'm sure the historians are going to argue with this. I've read this in the history book, actually. What's he called? Neil Ferguson wrote about that. It was a tax cut.
Well, this I didn't know, but because when when I was studying this at the university, they were not given.
They didn't. It doesn't fit the narrative.
The narrative, yes, and then that's the position which is on the board now. How did they get there? Actually, like this: yes, Queen b5, King c3, King d3, Queen d5, Rook d4. Yes, Queen g2. You protect for the moment, but then Rook d7 and Queen f3.
Oh gosh, and it's harassed. Oh boy,
that's such a brilliant defense.
Oh, what a defense! And King c4. Well, how does it go? G5 check or something? How does it go? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I should probably go King d2, but then I don't know what to do after Queen f2.
Yeah, he's gone King d2, and then King c1.
But where did it go wrong? Then
where did it all go wrong? Indeed.
Now it's probably perpetual. This is such a brilliant defense. Queen g2. Okay, so maybe this is no longer winning.
No,
And Nigel, even here.
Sorry, Queen F2. Sorry, how does that go? King C1. What was your idea?
My idea was this one.
Knight
Knight
H6,
yes,
check.
sorry, it's with check.
Mate in 2, and winning your queen and your bishop.
I blundered once again. I wanted to play a brilliant move, but this was take it with check.
That was too brilliant.
Wait, King F2, King C1, then if I
your question is, you want to.
So I'll bring your rook to d1, and then I have to go somewhere to... But I don't have a move. Yes, I can go here. Now I can go here, Nigel, because you cannot play this because I will take it with check. But you have knight e7.
I'll play.
You have knight e7,
97,
yes, unfortunately. So, but I have no move then to protect the g1 square. So this is not.
No, you can play queen g2.
No, then here.
Sorry. So here
queen
you can play queen f1, and let's say queen g2.
And queen g2 here.
Yeah. You notice the confidence with which he played that move.
He knows that he is out of trouble. What a game. And young Krzysztof Duda won. So we have another result. He qualifies.
Yes. Sorry, who won again?
Young Krzysztof, yes. He was Duda,
yeah. So good day for Poland,
Polish chess.
Polish chess.
Vidit won as well.
Right. Vidit. So he won 2-0.
2-0. Yes. That's
so Vidit keeping the Indians happy.
Okay, we haven't seen this game for a while, actually. This is Vladislav Artemiev against Sergei Karyakin, and
Minister of Defense is.
They are. We just have a result, so they made a draw as well. Okay, they're going for tie breaks. So, how many games do we have left? Daniel Dubov made a draw.
Okay, Karyakin. He's so tough, isn't he, Sergei Karyakin? What?
So let's get back to the game played by Vassiv Durarbali and Nodirbek Abdusatorov, because the variation which we analyzed a little bit happened.
Yes.
So bishop e4, bishop f3, queen rook e6, sorry, rook d2, and rook f6. He also, just in case, to have the possibility of doubling the rook on e6.
I think he just wants bishop. I think bishop c6 can already be a difficult endgame if you get to inflict damage on those pawns.
And well, he's clearly better. Well, not mentioning that he's a pawn up, but
so
he really needs.
So how many? We've got some other games going on. So what's happening to? Right. Okay, that's one we're looking at.
Okay, we left.
How about what happened to Sam Shankland?
Yes, we will have a look, because that was an unclear end game. We're roughly equal.
Yeah.
For the moment,
and
Harry won a pawn.
Yeah.
Pintala Hari Krishna is playing against Tabatavai Mamin, so he won the pawn, and he's still
pressing.
Yes, still pressing. Yes,
but not absolutely trivial. He tends to be very good in this type of position, though. He's got he's got his pawns fixed really on dark squares for the most part. So black is not penetrating. And one thing that white can do is rook e4 and rook h4 and rook f4, you know, put the rook on the fourth rank.
But for the moment, I simply want to take, so knight b2 was played.
Yes.
And how do we deal with this? Maybe rook a2?
Yeah, king c.
No, he played rook e6, bishop e6.
Yes.
And if I start with king c3?
You could. And that would make sense.
Okay, so they reached the time control.
Yeah.
It will be a long game.
I'm starting to look at rook e4 instead of that move.
Rook e4 here, just to sure.
I just want to put my rook on f4 and say, you can't really touch me. Rook f4 check. You can go, well, now I can probably, king c2, for example. I want to do it at a snail's pace.
Yeah,
rook a1, rook a1, you can start. Yeah, now maybe I can come up the board, I don't know. But then check and rook b3. Well, it's a long game.
Yeah,
okay.
That's going to be a long game. Do we have some other
What
results?
happened to... Yeah, so we've got...
Okay, I just wanted to have a look at this position because they also reached the time control. They just made the 42nd move.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a very complicated position. So d4 was played.
So he has to take that.
Yes, my take on e6.
No, well, that one is...
I wanted to take
Yeah,
this
that looks
one.
good. Yeah.
And now...
I thought you were going to take on d4.
Yes, I wanted to try. Probably this leads to nothing. Yes, you simply play king f7. Yes,
and I'll go walk into that pin.
Yeah. Okay. So then maybe here d4 if you take. But here probably you would play this move, no?
Well, I'm not sure. Rook c3, possibly. You're penetrating on e2. Maybe bishop takes. Yeah, maybe you take on b3 and then queen e2.
So first take. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then queen e2. Still.
Okay.
Then, probably you cannot take on d4.
It's still very complicated.
Yes, it's very but then maybe like bishop b6, f takes c6, then there is nothing I could do.
And if you're taking, I maybe...
If I take now?
Yeah. Now that's... Isn't Etienne running out of ammunition?
Could be, but still highly complicated. Maybe e4 here. What do you think, Nigel? I cannot find for the variation which would work actually after bishop b6.
Yeah, e4 and queen e2. That's
so yes, e4
his plan.
And maybe rook d2 simply.
So now, can we play rook b3? Well, how does it go? Rook b3, queen e2.
Yes.
Check on b8. You go where? You go bishop f8. No, what do you do?
And you want to play rook h1?
H1, and then I want to mate you.
But that's
So
the same. That's the same.
same.
It's the
Same.
same if you play knight f8. That's
Yeah, it's the same. We've still got mate.
So basically, this variation is winning. So
Yes.
Queen e2, check.
All right.
So this is in case we take cd4. So we do not start with bishop b6 then. It's cd4, e4, rook c3.
And now
But if I
queen e2.
But yes, if I start with queen e2 here.
Yeah, then I've got bishop ge3.
Mm-hmm.
But that's more complicated because even the the end game continues. Queen takes queen, and rook f2, and you've got these pawns.
It's okay. What
I don't know. I don't know.
This bishop g1 and maybe I don't know. This is very complicated, highly complicated.
Can you
but I
show
have the feeling,
FIDE's game, please? No, we're not going to show that because it's finished.
Yes, because he won already.
He won already.
So that was the final few moves.
Yeah.
And rook e5.
And rook e5, and that's very matey.
Okay, Nigel, we'll have a small break right now.
We like that.
And we'll get back with the final
session.
Final
Session of the game. So,
can I say with the innuendo? Final innuendo?
Innuendo?
Yes, could I say this?
He said, isn't that a innuendo? Isn't that something by Queen? I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, we will be back shortly.
Yes. welcome back for the last bit of the session. We've had some more results come in, and
Etienne
Bacro seemed to he went down. He seemed to have fewer rooks than his opponent, which is sometimes a disadvantage. So that was a great comeback by Pavel Pongratov, and we have just 3 games remaining, as I understand. And
Nigel, I wanted to bring your attention to the game played still by Ivic Velimir against Dmitry Andreikin, because a lot of things have happened, and I think Dmitry blundered on the 40th move, because here, you remember, we were analyzing this position and we wanted to play Queen G2.
Yes.
He played Queen G6. And somehow after Queen D4, with the idea of playing Rook G1, he had to give up the Queen.
He had to give up the Queen, yes.
So what happened is the following variation. Then he took Queen D7. Here the threat was to play Queen B7 and to take... Yes. So,
which may not be fatal at all.
And somehow Dmitry Andreikin decided to give up the B pawn, so he played A5. I suppose Queen B7, yes, okay.
But I mean, I have a question there that, he's gone this way. That may be good enough. That may be a simple blockade and a fortress, that's the correct term, after which it will not be possible to win. So what is Black going to do? It actually doesn't really matter. He can put his rook on F5. So I'll just make a random move here.
Well, let's prepare maybe C3.
Yeah, yes. Well, whatever King B1. I don't know what's the right move. It doesn't matter.
His rook, C2.
His rook will wait on this square. And there is just no progress, because if White pushes with his C pawn, he can't get to the C5 square because it's covered by 2 pieces. His only other plan is, if we just go back a minute. Sorry, let's say C3. And here I'm just showing the generic position rather than the specific moves. I just want to illustrate the idea. This position
is another fortress.
He cannot win at all. Black does absolutely 0 in this position, and I don't think that can be broken in any way. In fact, the rook just oscillates between this square and this square. His king can go back and forth, and the white king cannot penetrate. So it looks to me that Dmitry Andreikin is going to hold this, and in which case we will have a tie.
Yes.
And we'll go into the tie breaks. So as the first game was drawn. So
while he's thinking, let's have a look at this endgame.
Yes.
Pintala Harikrishna played h4, h5. He fixed this weakness.
Yeah, I think one of the issues was that the h-pawn was coming under attack. So Harry's playing in a way he just defends absolutely everything. And this type of position where you sort of slowly go forward is very much to his taste. But it's not that easy to win at all, if indeed it's possible to win.
Well, how do you reshuffle this? Because it's not so easy to defend, of course, because
Yes.
black pieces are already optimally placed, so
I
you
think
have
that,
to go.
I think that is correct. Yes.
And you have to wait. You have to play bishop b6, bishop c4.
You need patience.
You need a lot of patience here. Sometimes to play rook a2.
English patience. Do you know that film?
I know. Patience.
Sorry. I shouldn't make jokes at this time. English patient.
I was thinking maybe there was a real difference. Okay.
The patient Englishman.
So, yeah. So bishop c4. How should we continue here? Now that everything is protected, can we finally bring our king to c5?
Look, if you could get your king up, that would be...
with king c3?
I suspect you cannot. I go rook a3 check.
Mm-hmm. And you will
I go rook b3,
here.
And I don't think you're going to be able to win that. I'm taking on b4, and
Okay.
I'll make a draw.
So this is not possible, so we have to be careful after bishop c4. Then what was the last sequence of moves? So rook e1, g4, rook h1, h5, rook e1. He played knight d3. Okay.
No, bishop
bishop c4. Then can I try knight? Yes, knight e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's gone to c5.
Yes.
Okay.
He played knight c. Like what happened?
Knight c5.
Knight c5. He
played.
went. Okay. Knight c5.
I think you're normally waiting here. You play rook b1 or something.
Okay, but rook b1. Let's say
king
give
c3.
King c3 first.
Okay, I'll put my king on. I don't know. Maybe I can come forward. King g5. Or can I go for an attack? Is that outrageous?
You mean king f4 here?
I'll go king f4. I'm playing to win.
Curiously enough, strangely enough.
The king is a strong piece. I mean, that's what I heard.
Okay, let me give you check first.
Okay, you can.
Then not instead of
okay.
knight e4 first.
Knight
check.
e4. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Now I have to drop back.
So you have to go to g7, and now I start.
Now I check you.
Mm-hmm. Here and you win the pawn. Okay.
Mm.
Yes, that's the main problem of this position, that I have to protect the pawn on b4. Okay.
It looks like a draw to me. Honestly, it looks like a draw. That will be a disappointment to the Indian fans if that's indeed correct, but how did we do that? Did I trick you there? I think I tricked you.
No, he played knight c5 and rook b1.
Rook b1, king c3. Now I've got rook e5 check, so you can't do this king g5. I've got rook e5. Well, you can.
What is the
rook e5 check and rook f5?
Then okay, can I?
You go king e3, and you just harass.
No, but maybe you go for this pawn. We forgot about this one. You cannot do this.
Well, I don't know whether you can do it or you can or you cannot do it. I check you.
From
c1.
Mm-hmm.
Rook h1.
And you'll
king
take.
takes.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a draw.
Even this one?
Yeah, that's going to be a draw. Just too active.
Yeah.
My bishops are better than knights. Donna said that. Do you know Donna?
Yes. Grandmaster Donner.
Did you ever read?
Of course.
The King?
No, I've read some excerpts which were published. Yes.
Yes.
But yes.
He had some very interesting views.
Which
on Lodewijk Prince and some other people.
Which would probably result in some riots today. Yes.
Nowadays, yeah.
Nowadays,
yeah.
Yes. So then, let's have a look at this endgame. He played, Noderbeck played King H6, then, and repeats it almost because somehow he's having
a bridge named after him. You know that? In Amsterdam. There's a Donner Bridge.
There is a Donner Bridge?
Yeah, that's right. It's next to Max Overplein.
Mm-hmm.
So all the chess players are properly represented. Don't you have some square named after you in Moldova or somewhere? Not yet.
No. But I know that, in Parisian suburbs, the Citanière was thinking for a while, and probably they are naming the two streets after Anatoly Karpov and Vladimir Kramnik.
Wow, that's quite impressive. Yeah.
And King G5. That's what I wanted to show you.
So the king is marching up the board.
Are you going to sacrifice the exchange then? I mean, King of4, King G3, then maybe...
Well, look, the moment your king starts to get into the position, then you can certainly consider those ideas. So...
Okay, King G5,
the bishop
D5.
The bishop is unfortunately placed on A4, to be quite honest with you. I'll be... Yeah, and maybe we need to make a defensive move, bishop E8.
Yes, I think he played bishop D5 and then, yes,
bishop E8.
Bishop E8.
You can check on E3 first and then bishop E8, maybe.
Okay.
Well, you might go rook D3.
D3, yes, then.
Okay, forget that. So we'll go bishop E8.
I wanted to keep the rook, so bishop E8, and because then I would always have rook E7, and you would lose the F7 pawn.
Yes.
So then bishop E8 was played. They still have quite a lot of time to understand all the subtleties of this endgame, but I don't know how to prevent you from moving to F4 and G3.
Well, rook F2 is I mean, I'm not threatening King F4. So, were black to penetrate with King F4, King G3, I think his position would be extremely promising, but it's not that easy to do that.
What if I played now the rook G3, then rook F2 here?
Sorry,
because he played rook G3, I think, yes, and rook F2.
That's bold. Rook F3.
Okay, so that's...
And you're saying that, you can take... Well, not so easy. Not so easy.
Why can't I take here?
Yeah, bishop takes.
Okay.
I might just take. I continue. I take on b6. I take.
Okay, you. Okay, no. Then it's okay. Then not first rook e6, and then king.
No, bishop d5.
Yes, bishop.
And now I come back to as you mentioned.
Yes.
Already, Almira, you mentioned it. Rook e7 is annoying, but it's not the end of not the end of the world. Rook e7, bishop a4, and you still continue. And so maybe you've hit upon this one we can take, and king f5. F5.
5.
Yeah, it's going to king f4. And we're going to win somehow. G5, I mean, it's going to win.
No, there is no way.
I have no idea why, but it will win with that.
And I think he actually went for rook f2. So that's the position that we have on the board. Okay. So we will wait for the move that we like. And this endgame happened in the game between Sam Shankland and Rinat Jumabayev. Somehow he won a pawn, but this is not enough. If Sam makes a draw, he qualifies.
Yes.
So this...
And the fundamental problem for Black is the move that he wants to play, which is King A3, runs into an unfortunate refutation.
Incident. So, yes, this is...
So that
is a theoretical draw.
There's basically nothing to be done there.
Well, you can only check, of course, then again b1, and then
nothing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's a theoretical draw.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Sam
Shankland is going through. I think we can be pretty certain of that.
I think they made a few moves. No, rook g8 was played, and king b2.
Doesn't matter. No, I mean, he can make these moves in his sleep if necessary.
But what is the idea? He simply wants to make a few moves.
I don't know. He wants rook b8. He wants rook b8, rook b5. He's gone rook b. Yeah, he's going to do something, but it won't make the slightest bit of difference because White can draw. Can put his rook back on the second rank, for example.
He wants to play rook b5, a rook on the fifth, then king b5.
But then a4. Those moves are going to be played. None of it is going to make the slightest bit of difference to the outcome.
Yes, he knows it. He's looking away. He's just trying to come to terms with it.
It's taken. Showing his
a3.
A3.
Well, you simply take.
Yeah, and Almira, you know what I'm going to say here, don't you? I'm very predictable. What am I going to say here? Why is this a draw? Black is better. Black can force a position where White has no moves and his king will be captured. Let's continue. Go on. King c3. King c1. Okay. Now, what is the object of the game? It's to kill the king. The rules are White moves first, then, White, and then Black. So White has to move here. His king moves somewhere. It is killed. It is a mate. Schach, mat. Schach, mat, whatever it is in different languages. Checkmate. So this is a stalemate. It's slightly different, but essentially the king is dead. Philosophically, this is exactly the same thing as a checkmate. The king is lost. Therefore, Black has outplayed his opponent, and in my opinion, he should win. Of course, Sam Shankland, without this rule, he could have drawn in a different way. He didn't require such a sloppy defense in order to hold the game. but he should have been made to work harder. And the problem is that the rules make it too easy to be a draw.
Can I make just a simple refutation on philosophical premises?
Yeah.
Well, you need a check.
Why do you need a check? You're killing the king. The king is killed.
No, it's not
because
killing
well, he's making a move. He has to make a move.
Well, so this has to be possible.
King c2, king c1, king a1, whatever. You kill the king. Black kills the king first. Philosophically, there's no difference. And these were the rules for the first, whatever it was, 1,000 years of chess. This was the rule. The rules we have now are...
you find them irrelevant?
They are illogical. Emmanuel Alaska had exactly the same opinion as me. Cecil Purdy, who was the first world correspondence champion, wrote 2 articles that I know of on this subject. And a number of other players have similar views. So anyway,
actually,
philosophy.
Yes. Sorry, Nigel, because we have, we will not have MVL, but our guest is on his way.
Okay.
And
we have
a result.
Are you sacking me, Almira?
Not yet, not yet. I just wanted, because I got the message. So
okay, very good.
That's the last game of the tournament, because Velimir Ivic made a draw against Dmitry Andreikin. So you were correct.
Yeah.
That was the actually the.
Yeah, so that's
the
tie
final
to
position.
Oh, okay. So we've got that fortress that I predicted.
Okay, so we will go in a small break, Nigel, and we will get back to you with an interview.
5 times world solving champion and also a top grandmaster in his own right from Poland. How are you doing, Kasper?
I'm doing really good. I like staying in Sochi so far. From my 3 performances in the World Cup, from my 3 tournaments, I think this is so far the best one. But it's also exhausting. Yeah.
Luckily enough, tomorrow you have a free day because you've just defeated Sindarov by the score 1.5-0. The key game was obviously yesterday's game. Could you tell us a bit about yesterday's game and then maybe a few words about today's game?
Yeah, so yesterday I think the key moment was obviously after the time trouble when my opponent could play Queen G7 and just go into the root endgame, which was probably choice, even though if he's pawn up, I just put my rook on b3 and it's just a draw. But then he decided to push for a win, and I think he just missed after at the end when I played 97. I think after Queen e4, he just missed rook h3, King g2, rook h4. After which I'm winning, basically.
So after winning yesterday, your focus today was to play a solid game and try and get the draw, maybe?
Yes, that was my attitude, especially since I've seen Sintarov's previous game and he played really aggressively. So my plan was to play solid and not walk into forced variation. And I was also a little lucky because the line we played today, I analyzed this about 3 months ago. So until 91, I knew more or less that white is just better.
So mission accomplished. Qualification for the next round, where you will face either Bakrot or Bakrot is playing with Pankratov. They're still playing the game, although Bakrot did win the first game. Any idea of who you'd prefer, or?
It's hard to say because they both are really dangerous players, and I've played them both. Bakrot is really an experienced player who can either play solid or aggressive chess, like he showed yesterday. His game yesterday was really insane. On the other hand, Pankratov is really good at rapid chess. I have also a bad memory against him because I lost quite a poor game. So yeah, it will be also challenging, but I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. A good challenge, tomorrow rest day, and see you in the next round.
See you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our studio, and here is our guest, Velimir Ivic. Velimir, hello.
Hello.
It's such a surprise for us, first of all, that to have you here in the tournament, and you won your first 3 matches. You know, we were talking about you as a dark horse. So would you be so kind to tell us a little bit about yourself? So you are coming from Belgrade?
Yeah, I'm coming from Belgrade, from Serbia. I'm like 18 years old, grandmaster. I try to play well. That's about it, yeah.
And so that's your first World Cup, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And how do you feel about playing an over-the-board tournament for such a long time? Or have you played in Serbia before?
I played some, but not a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's a great experience. Even getting here, getting through round 4. Okay, I didn't really expect, but I mean, I played well, and yeah, I'm really happy. Okay, today's game could have been a little bit better, but okay, it's not bad. Still tie breaks tomorrow.
Well, I'm so happy, probably for your fans, your family, because Serbia has such an incredible chess culture. When I was playing tournaments there, you could play blitz or anything on the streets and clubs. So let's get back to your game. This is probably the first critical moment. You were thinking for quite a while after c5.
Yeah, c5. I was considering taking on c5,
yes.
bc, and then going bishop g5
here,
because it is a little bit annoying, this pin. Like if he goes h6, then h4 is always a problem. But I wasn't too sure. Like he doesn't have to play h6. Maybe here queen c7.
So queen c7.
I was considering it, and I wasn't sure. I mean, I could be. I should be better here as well. But I thought that bishop g5 on first move is much better.
Is a stronger continuation. So queen
here,
c7.
He thought for a long time here. I mean, I think after bishop g5, its position is tough.
And actually, when you played bishop g5, did you see d5 already?
No, of
okay,
course.
so that's I wanted to know. So you went for bishop f6 and d5 here.
I think it's really strong. I'm not sure. I mean, I had other continuations, but I think this one was strong. Okay, he took. Yeah, maybe I was like calculating bishop h7, king h7, rook d5, but I don't think it actually works. Rook d5, ed, knight h4. Here, I'm not sure. Maybe some bishop f4, like covering everything. And knight h4 is the right move.
Okay, so maybe you still have a draw here.
Yes, maybe.
But you wanted more, of course. This was justified. So knight h4.
Knight h4, he played this rook at d8. I mean, I'm not sure. He's probably lost here. I mean, I didn't see anything for him. Okay, but I mean, it's not a bad try to survive.
First he needs to have something.
Yeah. Okay. So queen h5 is logical.
f5. And here, did you consider both moves, bishop f5 and knight f5?
Okay, knight f5. I thought, okay, ef. Now, we
couldn't, because we blunder in our analysis all the time. But I wanted to ask you, did you consider something like this? Yes, maybe.
Yeah, king f8. I mean, if I don't give a check first, I thought he has like for example, bishop f. Yeah, for example.
Yes, it's around like this. Yes.
If I take with the knight,
yes. If bishop e5.
Yeah, I thought bishop e5 holds everything. If maybe I have something, but I don't think bishop h7, king f8, and I think he's holding there. That's what I saw.
Yeah, it was not easy actually to find a lot of complicated variations. To find the absolute truth and the position. So it takes c5 here. Maybe we were trying to.
Yeah, I was not sure. I thought just bishop f5 is just strong. I mean, immediately.
Yes.
The one I played.
So, but this.
Here still bishop e5. I thought.
We didn't. What did we analyze? So because I still didn't. We analyzed, I think, queen h6 here, something like this.
Yeah.
And then, queen 7, and here bishop f5. But
I mean, it's a mess.
It's such a mess, yes.
I have no idea. This could be also good.
So you had to be practical about it.
Yeah.
Then you went, where is the move here? Where's the variation in the game? So f5, bishop f5.
f5, he took on a2,
a2, king a2, and he takes f5.
Yeah,
so
check.
check.
I mean, it's forced, check. Yeah, I played rook e1 first. I mean, I thought...
But why not knight a5? Because it was the same variation?
Yeah, probably possible. Maybe he has bishop e5 there. I was not sure he has it. Like bishop e5, knight h6. It's like king f8, queen f5. Like some knight g4 then. I'm not sure he can even play it. He
can survive this, okay.
Yeah, but I was like, okay, maybe I don't have to allow it because I will play rook e1 anyways.
Okay, so then you played rook e1 and bishop f8, knight f5, and then...
And here was an interesting line. If he doesn't take on d1, I thought maybe he could like try to play rook e8 or something. Then I thought rook d5 is like winning.
Yes, you mean if rook d3, then you simply take and then queen g3,
yeah.
yes. No, of
here
course,
I think rook d5 is just like mate, rook d5, and if rook e1 just knight e7, I think it's a mate, yeah, bishop e7 and
queen h8,
and queen h8, yeah. So I think rook e8, rook d5 is winning.
So that's
rook d1. I thought both moves are winning, like rook e4 and rook d1. Like, because rook d1, if I take, if he goes, I mean, he doesn't have many options. I think he has to go rook e8. And then I thought, okay, I can go rook d5 here as well.
With the same idea, of course.
And maybe this was just winning. I'm not sure. Like, he doesn't...
Well, objectively, it does look winning.
I mean, he doesn't have too many options. I mean, in h6, I just take both pieces, knight h6.
The king is...
so he could try like a rook e5
so
here.
Vulnerable, yeah.
Rook e5, but I think I have queen f4. I saw that, but...
Okay, queen f4 can do
it. Maybe, but f6, rook d3, maybe just
rook
back.
d3, okay.
Yeah, probably just... I saw that, but also I saw this rook e4, and I thought it was... Like,
it was completely winning, yes?
Yeah, and I kind of blundered this...
Like how did we go here?
King h8, check.
Yes, check. Knight f5 and...
rook... I repeated because I was like low on time, so...
Yes, and rook e4. Yes, because you were actually ahead of him on the clock, and then you spend all your time here.
Yeah,
so.
I spent...
Rook d4 is such an important moment. Yes.
Okay.
So, yes, once again, take.
Yeah, and here I completely blundered this idea of queen c8, queen a6 check. Like, I was just considering queen d7 here for some reason. And then I saw, okay, just queen g5 is like winning, like bishop g7, knight f5. Yeah, I completely missed this queen c8 idea.
Okay.
And then, I'm not even sure. I mean, it should be winning.
Yes, let's have a look, because we were trying also to analyze, and then c4.
Yeah, it's so forced.
Rook c4. Because if you don't take, then bishop b4?
I wasn't sure, like...
We were not sure about
even like
queen
you can
queen a5
or something.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
This is such a complicated game.
I was like 2 minutes here or something.
So c4, c4, queen b5.
Yeah, he has this like queen a5, and I completely blunder queen g2.
Yes, it's such a nice idea. Do you want to know the truth then? I don't know the truth. I can find out.
Yeah, we can find out.
Just actually after c4, a computer says king c3.
But how much?
I don't know. Well, 1.8. I don't know.
Okay, it's not like plus 5.
Yes, it's not plus 5.
Okay,
so
queen king c3 is
what he thinks is that here, not knight f5 in this position.
So this was still completely winning. Yeah.
Here, after queen c8, you can play rook e3. So that's what computer says.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want you to have any regrets.
No,
you played a very good game, and then and still like after
I was
queen
low on time
f5, yes,
here,
you were low on time. So
I calculated all of this, and then like all of a sudden there is this queen g2, and here I was like afraid I could lose because queen g2 I have nothing, and I wanted to go like 93 instead of rook d7.
Sorry, yes, 93.
Maybe
But
maybe.
then,
I mean,
queen,
he
can trade queens.
Yeah,
yes?
that was probably a safer option. I can take rook d7. I'm like still better.
Could he? Could he
I
try
kind of
more?
wondered. Yeah, I thought. That he doesn't have to like 93. For some reason, I thought he has like bishop g7, but that's like just rook d8 is winning. And I thought, there could be some unpleasant endgame after knight g2, bishop f6. But I just said rook d8. Okay.
And then at the end, it was simply a fortress. Yes, even if you won a queen.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't find anything.
Yeah, maybe I should not. I was maybe like in a hurry to take these pawns, but probably after time control was just a draw here.
So, well, we won't keep you here for long. It was. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Tomorrow you have to face your opponent once again. You're going through tiebreaks. This is your first tiebreak.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
And is that like the first official tiebreak in your life? Have you played?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I don't remember any tiebreaks that I played. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
So our next guest this afternoon is Maxime Vacher. How are you doing, Maxime?
I'm doing fine, yeah.
Okay, so you've qualified for the next round. Tomorrow will be your rest day. You've just defeated Pragnanda in a very, very nice game. I actually saw that you did a positional queen sacrifice. Could you tell us a bit about that idea?
Yeah, to be honest, it just came naturally to me. It's I wouldn't call it really a queen sacrifice when you get rook, bishop, and this pass d pawn. My king was so safe as well. And so it comes naturally. It's clear that it's very difficult to defend. I not even sure there's an actual defense because the d pawn went so fast. So in the end, it was a convincing win.
Didn't seem there was any defense, at least from what we were looking at. Did you expect this rather aggressive opening choice from your opponent today?
Yeah, I've been working on it quite a lot, but not only for this round, but for the last rounds as well. So we took lots of time to prepare that opening, like 10, 15 hours. So there's always some details that's gonna escape me during the game, but in general I was very confident in my preparation.
Okay, so tomorrow you have a rest day. There's tie breaks for the rest of the players, and you will be facing either Artemiev or Karyakin. Actually, the bottom parts of the pairings tree, with so many eliminations, has become rather wild, although it does seem that your natural pairing would have been Karyakin.
I don't know how that went. They made a draw, or they're still playing?
They're still playing at the moment,
Yeah, they're still playing. I mean, it's going to be a very tough match, whoever qualifies. So, I'll just be looking forward to prepare and for whoever my opponent is, and be ready because, everyone is a fight in the World Cup, so I don't expect any easy ones.
Okay, well, good luck in this round.
Thank you.
Thank you.